Welcome. All right, we are ready to start the day's proceedings. 29 minutes past 9 exactly. Let's make sure that our cell phones are on silent. Let's make sure we don't disturb the proceedings. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Sello.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, today we start a new stream, but before we do so, there is before you two applications in respect of two witnesses for their testimony to be heard in partial camera. In anticipation of the respective orders being granted, we've taken the liberty of naming one witness N and witness O, and we're just simply following the order of the witnesses thus far in camera. I will start with the first witness, which is the witness N in camera application. You should have before you two bundles, one for witness N and the other for witness O. Please don't look at the spine. I learned that it is mislabeled as statement, but it's actually the in-camera application. Should be the only two files before you. Now, if we turn our attention to witness N's application, at the get-go, I must disclose to you, Commissioners, that the application was served out of the prescribed time period. And we start by asking for condonation for the late filing of the application. It was filed, as I understand, yesterday morning, eventually, scheduled for Wednesday evening, but for reasons that are not immediately necessary for the moment, it was filed yesterday morning. It was duly received by the press, and there's been no indication of any opposition to the application. So first and foremost, we would like to apply for condonation. The basis for the
please repeat what you are saying about the evening, because you say service was in the morning and then you said something.
I said it had been due for service the Wednesday evening.
Oh,
actually the service was effected only yesterday morning. So there are different reasons for the late service of these respective applications. In respect of witness N, the witness was scheduled to testify in person. If then I may turn to the actual affidavit to explain the circumstances that led to this application being moved. And for that purpose, I would like to refer you to page 5 from paragraph 5. This witness is a adult female, and member of the PKTT team currently deployed in the Eastern Cape to investigate matters relating to the University of Fort Hare. So that's her main assignment, and that's where she has been. During the course of investigations, through an intermediary, she was approached and informed of a complaint from members of the public relating to a specific senior investigator at IDEC in the Eastern Cape. She was approached because of the trust reposed in members of the investigating team in the Fort Hare matter. She took the matter up and investigated and concluded that the concerns expressed warranted further investigations. She registered an inquiry and proceeded with the investigations. Her challenge now becomes, because she is part of a bigger team investigating a much broader issue, the Fort Hare issues, the disclosure of her identity, both physical in terms of her pictures and images, and her name, risks the inadvertent disclosure of her team members in the entire Fort Hare investigation. Their success thus far is based in large part on the fact that they are quote-unquote anonymous, and they are able to access the community, and those who want to provide evidence insofar as Fort Hare is concerned are comfortable to approach them and be seen with them. She, as part of the investigating team, is protected by members of the NIU and TRT. and is always in their company. The disclosure of her face and her identity will by definition extend to the members of her protection team. That would require the PKTT to replace almost the entire team that has been seen in her presence and reconstitute the team for the purposes of the Fort Hare investigations. Her employers expressed serious concerns with that and the unintended impact on the original investigation for which she is tasked, and requested whether her identity could be withheld, but her testimony in no way will it be curtailed by these issues. So the application is that she testify virtually, remotely. Her voice will not be distorted, her name will be withheld, and her images will not be distributed. And that is the application insofar as witness N is concerned, Chair.
Paragraph 6, having said everything that you've said, do you think paragraph 6 is necessary? Of the notice of application or notice of...
Of the notice or of the affidavit, Chair?
Of the notice, Even seven.
I agree with you. It's,
It looks
it's overly
like
broad. It defeats the very purpose of the application being made now. Her testimony is not subject to any non-disclosure, and her transcript would be freely available as any other, except under the new name of witness N.
It seems.
Absolutely, Chair.
You simply used a precedent, I assume.
Yeah, that's the risk of precedence, huh?
Yes.
And judging by what the Chair says, that must be a problem that afflicts the next application, but we'll deal with it at the time when the time comes.
I take it you'll report yourself there.
I'm happy to report myself, Commissioner, as long as I know what for. Misconduct.
I will do as I always do in these applications. I'm not going to rattle off what you have in the notice of application. I'll just say the application is granted. And then you will furnish me with a draft order for me to have a look at, and then the Commission Secretary will sign it.
As I understand, a draft order has been presented and should be in your bundle.
Let's finalize all of that at a later stage.
As soon as I have disposed of both applications, we shall make the respective
For your
draft.
present purposes, application granted.
I'm indebted to the
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you. The next application then is in respect of witness O, following the order of things. Today, the commissioners will actually hear evidence from four witnesses. 3 witnesses cover the same issues, but they play different roles. The application the Chair has just granted in respect of witness N is a separate issue. Now we are left with the other 3. Of the 3, 2 will be present in the auditorium to testify. These are investigators into an issue that had arisen some time back, but their investigations were triggered by a whistleblower. So effectively, the facts they relied upon to initiate the investigation are, for your purposes, we concluded hearsay. The original whistleblower is prepared to testify to confirm the correctness of the reports she had made to the investigators and any documentary evidence she may have given in support of her report. That whistleblower, however, is a member of SAPS, is currently in service, and has got serious personal concerns. One is she was eventually persuaded to report the matter, but only as a whistleblower, to enjoy the benefit of anonymity while shedding light on the concerns there may be. Her disclosure was then initiated in terms of the Protected Disclosures Act, and her name has not been circulated or published in any manner. She would like to assist the Commission to provide the necessary evidence, but would prefer that the anonymity extends. Since she reported the matter, she has had no negative reaction from, in particular, her seniors and her colleagues within the SAPS environment. She fears that if her identity is now disclosed, she may suffer pushback and some level of occupational detriment, including intimidation or any other that may eventually affect her employment. Her request is for the Commission to extend the protection afforded her by the Protected Disclosures Act and as a whistleblower, and not require her to disclose either her name or her physical identity. And it is on that basis that she moves the application for an in-camera. If the commissioners are inclined to grant it, the idea is that she, as with witness N, will be testifying virtually, remotely. Her voice will not be distorted. It is accepted that those people who are impacted by her evidence will know who she is. And that has always been the case, even during the stage of investigation. But the broader SAPS community doesn't know who she is, and that is what she is quite desirous to retain. And that is the sole basis for why she is in camera. She will take any questions that the commissioners may have for her, particularly because the investigators significantly relied on her own documentation and report, as long as the questions do not run the risk of disclosing her identity within the SAPS environment. That is the second application and the basis for moving it. And equally, it's partial in camera, and she's scheduled, I think, sometime today in the afternoon.
I didn't hear you apply for condonation. Must I assume that
Yes, Chair.
service was...
Service was late, and if the chair has regard to the notice of motion, once again we apply for condonation.
I do see it signed 9 July.
Yes, thank you for bringing it to my attention. Yes, the late delivery of this particular application was a delay in determining whether or not her evidence is wholly necessary before this commission, or whether it is sufficient for the investigators to run with the whistleblower report she had made. Some issues for clarification became apparent, and neither investigator could speak to those issues. She was quite reluctant to place herself on this platform, and it took some persuasion. And I think she was only the day before yesterday, or yesterday, finally persuaded with the necessary level of support to present herself before you. So this is a sort of a late determination to present this witness. But now we find ourselves in a position where her presentation of her testimony has got these attendant difficulties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rulof.
Ms. Elo, if you would perhaps just clarify where you speak about persuasion, that she was persuaded. It's capable of an understanding that you may, or the commission may have gone out fishing for a witness to come and testify. If you could just explain that part.
No. Thank you, Commissioner Balu. To the contrary, the evidence leaders worked with the investigators. They've got their docket relating to that particular investigation. But the underlying cause of investigation was the whistleblower's report. The report is available, as I understand it, but there are certain issues around the events on which she blew the whistle that would require engagement with her, and it became necessary to consult with her. The consultation itself was not an issue to clarify. The question that arose was, in light of some facts not contained in the original report, can the investigators purport to give clarity on that? And it was determined that perhaps her appearance before yourselves would serve to clarify all factual issues surrounding the incident, and therefore enable the investigators to act in the manner they did. The persuasion was in relation to her giving clarity directly to the commission, because that required that she appear. Does she stand by her report? Absolutely. Does she stand by everything the investigators did? At her instance, she does. She was just interested in retaining the anonymity and not be known that she was the instigator of the entire investigation. As I indicated, both investigators would, in essence, if they speak to some fact that they learned from her through engagement and consultations which they did, but that is not reflected in the original report she made, would basically be testifying on the basis of hearsay. To cure that, it was considered that if she avails herself to deal with all material facts around that issue, then any hearsay that would have been testified to by either investigator would be cured by her own appearance. So persuasion was not because she was hunted down or sought by the evidence leaders. Her identity, her name, and her report was always available. It was a question of how are those facts presented to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
So it was more an issue of how anonymity would be maintained.
Indeed.
That's all.
That's the only
No
issue.
reluctance at all with regard to the content of the testimony. There she was prepared to testify.
Yes.
But how do you make sure that my identity will not be disclosed?
And that's the only basis, as I say, for which she moves the application.
Thank you, thank you.
And I wanted to add, Advocate Sillo, that she was willing to give the statement, the issue of anonymity related to her appearance.
Was she willing to give a statement to the commission? She could have given a statement to the commission, but then she would have still had to be a witness or some witness. And the question was, if she's willing to give a statement, questions arise in the course of presenting the statement, and we thought the commission would best be served by her being available to clarify some questions that the benefit we wouldn't have if she just submitted a statement. Because as I say, the original report she made is in the docket, and she would have made a statement more or less along the same lines. So the issue was if she could avail herself to provide any clarity that the commissioners may require, and once again on the basis of anonymity.
The earlier comment with regard to 6 and 7
As I had
applies
said.
here?
Yes, thank you.
I will do what I did with the first application, which is merely to say the application is granted. You will attend to the content afterwards.
Definitely will do, Chair.
The full content.
Well, we shall do so shortly, Chair. I'm indebted to the commissioners. Commissioners, we are ready then to start with our first witness. Maybe if we get 2-3 minutes to settle down, to bring the witness in, and we should be ready
We'll
to
stand
start.
outside. Let's adjourn.
Thank you.
It's not necessarily 3 minutes. We'll come back when we are told to.
we are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Who's leading in this one?
It's me, Chair.
Good morning, Ms. Sigers Nube. Good morning, Colonel Rulof.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Chair, the first witness is retired Colonel Kobus de Meyer Rulof, and he will take the oath.
Colonel, do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Chair. Colonel, there should be in front of you two files. One is a small file with your witness statement, and then there's a second file that we will be using which says IDAC Exhibit Bundle, Witness Bundle. You should say Witness Bundle. Do you have it?
Yes, I do have it.
And then if I could ask you to go to the file with your statement, and if you can confirm that page 12 of that statement, the signature on page 12 of that statement is your signature.
Yes, it's correct. It's my signature.
And do you confirm that from page 1 to 12 is the statement prepared for purposes of your evidence today?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Do you confirm the correctness of the contents of the statement?
I do.
Okay. Colonel, so if we can start with your evidence, and usually what seems to be assists with flow of the evidence is for you to read your statement into the record. But of course, there will be instances where we will ask questions of you, and where you feel the need to elaborate or where you've failed to state something and want to now deal with it, you're more than welcome to do so at the appropriate time as you're going through your statement. So don't feel restricted by us saying that you must read your statement. You are welcome to add as we go along.
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Shall we start at the introduction, which is paragraph 1?
I was a member of the South African Police Service, SAPS, with the rank of Colonel attached to the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigations, commonly known as the TPCI, and also known as the Hawks. I retired on the 31st of January 2025. In May 2020, I was part of a team. Maybe I must just clarify the team. The team just consisted of me and Captain McClean.
Captain Mark McClean.
Mark McClean, yes. Relating to this matter, there were a team placed at IDEC with more members of the DPCI, but in terms of this matter and CI, Crime Intelligence Investigation, it was just me and Captain McClean and myself. As part of a team placed at the Investigative Directorate of the National Prosecuting Authority, or now known as IDEC, with a special assignment to conduct investigations relating to inter alia state-owned enterprises. Captain McClean and I also investigated matters relating to Crime Intelligence Division, including the Secret Services account that we started in 2011. While conducting investigation into crime intelligence, we became familiar with crime intelligence officials who would provide us with information. At times, these officers would provide information into ongoing investigations or matters that we were not aware of.
Is the voice carrying sufficiently? Colonel, can you please sit centrally in relation to the two microphones? Try to be central to. No, just you, yeah, centrally, yeah. And pull them as close as possible if they do come closer.
Is that close enough, Commissioner? My wife told me to speak up. So,
You better obey then.
yeah.
Yeah, let's continue. Paragraph 3, I think.
Paragraph 3 of my statement. The purpose of this statement is to inform the Commission of a matter regarding events in 2018 reported to Captain McClean and me in 2022 involving Advocate Andrea Johnson and Major General Khan, Feroz Khan. Commissioners, for context, maybe I should just refer to our investigation in 2020 against, in terms of crime intelligence, and the conduct that was that we experienced at the time, which included the using of the media to put pressure on us when we investigated this matter from crime intelligence. Major General Khan has played a huge role in that. In fact, I have a witness that's still in the program who testified or who has provided me with an affidavit regarding General Dramat at the time, where he was a witness to a conversation where General Khan was also, to place a media report regarding the rendition to get rid of General Dramat, so that, because we were reporting to him directly at the time. So that media report was then placed, and there was a lot of fallout in respect of that. But that is what they are capable of, and that is what they are doing. So I expect no less now than what we went through. That's only one incident that I'm now informing this commission of. There were various other incidents of the same thing in 2011. We have informed the police management at the time of this. I've given so many briefings to police management regarding crime intelligence and the things that they were getting up to. But nothing was done. In fact, we were just, firstly it was covertly. They tried to stop us covertly, but it later on just became overtly. So between the police and the NPA, we struggled about 15 years, 12 years to get a crime intelligence matter on a roll because of all the interference that we experienced. And I testified to this in the Mokgoro Commission as well as the Zondo Commission relating to these incidents. We could have stopped this in 2012 or 2011 if the police had listened to what we were saying to them. Sorry, Commissioner, there was just a little bit context in terms of what we have been experiencing.
Sorry, Colonel, as I understand it, what you really wanted to mention this as to give context regarding this specific incident, that it's not an isolated incident, and the significance of this incident, although it relates to a smaller matter, there were bigger matters that were being investigated.
That is correct, Commissioners. This is a pattern of behavior that I've experienced, and this specific incident just forms part of that pattern of behavior. The impunity, the fact that they think they can get away with it, and they did for a long time. So that it is in that context that I am referring to what happened in 2011, because how do they say? I've seen this movie before.
Thank you, Colonel. Then if we can go to the next page.
Paragraph 4. Sorry. Sometime in May 2022, a colonel who was a captain at the time of the incident, and in 2018, and a lieutenant colonel when she approached us in 2022. In crime intelligence, approached Captain Mark McClean and me to make a disclosure which I deem to be in terms of the Protection Disclosure Act of 26 of 2000. She informed us that in 2018, she shared an office with General Khan, who had been appointed as the head of Operational Intelligence Support in September 2017. General Khan shared an office with the Colonel and another member of Crime Intelligence because at the time he had not yet been assigned to his own office. The Colonel informed us that on 4 July 2018, while she was working in the office, General Khan, who was attending a meeting in the main boardroom, approached her, handed his cell phone to her, and requested her to give her email address to the person on the other end of the phone. General Khan told the Colonel that the person on the other end was Andrea. She did not immediately recognize the voice, but it was a female voice on General Khan's phone. Paragraph 6. According to the Colonel, the female caller requested her personal email address, and she complied. The Colonel told us that the female caller told her that she would send her an email, and the contents of the email must be given to General Khan, and thereafter the Colonel must delete the email. Shortly after the call, the Colonel received an email from a Gmail address bearing the name Andrea Johnson at...
Colonel, you don't have to read the Gmail address into the record.
Okay.
So you can just start with the subject header.
The subject header of the email was Petle complaint. The email had photo attachments and an audio file. The email contained photographs of the A1 statement of Brigadier Petle, at the time a crime intelligence officer, in a criminal complaint by her against General Khan for assault common and intimidation, as well as a J88 report, medical report, and an audio recording of General Khan taken at the time of the alleged incident. The alleged incident took place on 26 June 2018, and the A1 was commissioned on the same day at Silverton Police Station, and a case opened under Silverton case number 42206/2018. The email from Andrea Johnson Gmail address to the Colonel's private email address was a forwarded email originating from Barry Bateman, who at the time was a senior journalist. Mr. Bateman had sent the Petle complaint email with the attachment to the Andrea Johnson Gmail address on the 3rd of July 2018. The Colonel printed the email and attachments, placed it then in an envelope, and gave the envelope to General Khan. She did not delete the email as requested by the female caller.
Colonel, if we can just pause there, and if you can go to the exhibit bundle file and go to page 5, just to confirm that this is what the Colonel confirmed to you was the email that she had received.
That is correct, Commissioners. That is the email that what was provided to me that she received. And she was able to retrieve the email from her email box.
So on page 5, what we see is that at the top page, the top of the page, it says forward Petle complaint, and then it has Andrea Johnson and a Gmail email address to the Colonel at her Gmail address, and it is sent from my iPad, meaning that the Andrea Johnson sent the email from her iPad, and the email is dated Wednesday, 4 July 2018 at 12:42 p.m. Correct?
That's correct.
And then just below that, it says begin forwarded message. So she was forwarding a message that she had originally received from Barry Bateman on the 3rd of July 2018 at 18:05:01 to Andrea Johnson, subject same Petle complaint. And then there is a message in his email saying, I've included the recording, signed BB.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Commissioners, we're just having an issue with displaying the redacted version. I think they haven't done the connection.
Let's continue.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yes. At least you've
Okay.
placed the entire content of at least the cover email on record.
Thank you. Then if we go back to your statement. So, Chair, it's being displayed now. And then if we can go back to your statement at paragraph 8.
Yes, Commissioners, the Colonel had essentially disclosed to us that General Khan was giving the contents of the criminal complaint against him when he was not entitled to the contents of the docket. As the suspect, and importantly, before he submitted an warning statement as a suspect. At this stage, General Khan had not been charged and no decision had been made whether or not to prosecute. The Colonel informed us that General Khan's statement in the criminal complaint was typed by another colleague in the office on the same day, and that the email was received and commissioned by her, the Colonel, also on the same day, being the 4th of July 2018. In other words, General Khan prepared his statement with the benefit of the evidence against him. This was particularly concerning in this case because the complainant and the suspect worked at the same place, and the suspect was the complainant's senior and direct superior. Receipt of such sensitive information would enable the suspect to manufacture and tailor his version, but also approach other witnesses to influence their versions before they are approached to submit statements. Paragraph 9. We informed the Colonel that she would have to provide us with an affidavit setting out this incident, and we will investigate the matter further.
Thank you, Colonel. If we can just pause there and go back to the exhibit file and just to identify the attachments to the email that was sent by Andrea Johnson to the Colonel. If you can go to page, you'll see at the foot of page 5, you'll see it says 13 attachments, and then it goes over the following few pages until page 18. You'll see if you go until page 10, these are all the photographs, and can you just identify to us what those photographs were of?
Commissioners, these were photographs of the actual statement of the complainant, Brigadier Petle. I can't read them from this. My eyes are not that good. But I presume they are a full
There are
version.
better copies from page 11. But
So what I know from this, not from reading it, but what I know, I recognize the documents from what she's given to me at the time, and on which affidavit was prepared.
And then you also said that it included an audio recording, correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And
I
we
think
see
the
that
audio-
on page 10, the last attachment on page 10 says 2018-0703 audio with a number.
787, it's also on page 8, the top of page 8.
Yes.
Yeah, and then
Now-
there's also photos of the J88 that was inside the docket at the time.
Yes, the J88 appears on page 9, the second last photograph on page 9.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Is it correct then that, especially when you make reference to the J88, that these documents would have been the content of a docket?
That is correct.
It's a proper description.
That's correct, Commissioner. It would have been in the docket itself.
Thank you.
And then if I could just ask you, Colonel, why was it so concerning to you that the suspect in this case, General Khan, had been given the contents of the docket? I know you say there's issues about he may influence the investigation, but at which stage, I mean, we do know that if somebody is then charged as an accused person, they are entitled at some point to the docket. Why was it a concern that it was at that stage?
Commissioners, when we got hold of the docket, because we went to the police's archive and we physically fetched the actual docket, it became clear from the docket and the entries in the docket that General Khan would have been interviewed on, and now I have to rely on the date that the interview was held, and I can't remember that specifically on the top of my head. But he was supposed to be interviewed by the investigating officer on that specific day, and he received this document just prior to be interviewed for a warning statement on that specific day. So he would have known the contents of the complainant's statement prior to him submitting his warning statement. And to me, that's a huge red flag and a very huge concern, because you're not entitled to any statements at that point in time. You're entitled to what the charge is. And I think in this case it was assault common, happened on such and such a date. That is what you're entitled to. And they do give you that information when they take your warning statement. But to come to the investigating officer with a prepared statement, warning statement, seems to me that you had to have prior knowledge of your version of events based on the evidence that was given to you and on which you can base your affidavit. So that was my biggest concern. We can't sit and put our thumb on the scales of justice one way or the other. It has to be done correctly.
In sum, you are saying having the complainant's statement, there was, at the lowest, there was the possibility of him tailoring his version in accordance with the content of the statement.
Yes, Commissioner. In fact, I will go a little bit further than that, because there's no other reason as to why you want the complainant's statement beforehand. You want to see what she's saying or he is saying. Yeah. And you have to then, and you will tailor your version in so that it doves with what the complainant say. So it's difficult for me to understand any other reason for you doing it, because that's the only inference that I take away from this, and that is why it was so concerning. And I mean, this kind of modus operandi is being, I've seen this before, where suspects get access to documents prior to them having warning statements, or prior to them when they are supposed to be, when they're only entitled to have documents. So this does happen, and in this specific case, it did happen.
How does that differ from a situation where before a witness testifies in court, that is a criminal court, they actually do get the statement? So in a sense, one could say or make the point that the situation is similar. So what's the difference?
No, it's not similar, Commissioners. From my point of view, and I mean, as an investigating officer, it is very important to me to, when I do a warning statement, that I inform the suspect of the complaint, not what the witness was saying, because I need the suspect's version of events, if he is going to give it to me or not. That's a different ballgame. If he's not giving it to me, then obviously I can't take it further. But if he is willing to give it to me, I can't tell him beforehand what the suspect said, because it's unethical and it's not allowed. So,
Thank you. Can
Can I just find out, in the normal course of events, when does a suspect become entitled to the contents of the docket? So
Normal-
if things are done procedurally, when does the suspect become entitled?
procedurally is when he's either represented or not represented, and the court and the case is before court, and there is a disclosure to the defense, either through his lawyer or to himself, the suspect himself. That is when you get entitled to the documents,
So it's after you are charged,
after you charge.
not during the investigation?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
But Colonel, at this point, Ms. Johnson would have been in the NPA at this point.
That is correct,
That-
Commissioner.
Is there in terms of process, is there a legitimate basis on which you would have had access to the docket at this point of things?
No, Commissioner, but I just want to make, to clarify, we're talking about 2018 now.
Yes.
Yeah. No, there was no reason for, it was a station matter. In other words, it was confined to that specific police station. And I can't remember which jurisdiction in terms of court they fall under. What did I say? It was a Silverton case.
Silverton, yes.
Sorry? Silverton case, yeah. So they would have fall under that jurisdiction of that court, for that area. So in the normal course of business, she doesn't have any reason as to why she wants to get hold of the docket. And in fact, if she wanted to get hold of the docket, she probably would have been able to. She could have just called for it because of her position within the NPA, and I think she was head of organized crime at the time, if I'm not mistaken. So she would have been able to call for the docket in her capacity as an advocate within the NPA. And whether there was a reason for her to call for it, I don't know, because it would not normally fall within their mandate, what they investigate and what they prosecute. But under normal circumstances, there is no reason for her to request a docket.
Thank you.
And also other situations where there would be early access by prosecutors are those instances where the investigation is prosecution directed. So there are those instances where.
Yes, but
Yes. I'm not countering what you said. Yeah. You are saying, but.
No, what I'm saying is, at the time, you must remember this is at the station level. So you're talking about prosecutorial advice in terms of a docket. What I can't say now is whether the docket went to a prosecutor before the time or not. And if it did, yes, that prosecutor can have access with guidance.
I'm just talking generally.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yes,
So,
yes.
but she could have contacted the prosecutor as
Yes,
well.
yes,
So
yes.
she didn't have to contact someone else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Then if we can go back to your statement, page 4, the investigation, that's the heading.
In June paragraph 10. In June 2022, after the meeting with the Colonel, I wanted to interview Mr. Bateman regarding the email he sent on the 3rd of July 2018. I contacted Mr. Andrew Leask of AfriForum because Mr. Bateman was now employed at AfriForum as a media manager. Captain McClean and I interviewed Mr. Bateman in the presence of Mr. Leask and Advocate Gerry Nel, also of AfriForum. Mr. Bateman informed us that he received the email attachments on the 3rd of July 2018 via WhatsApp from a source that he was not willing to disclose. Mr. Bateman said that Advocate Andrea Johnson, who at the time was a senior public prosecutor in the National Prosecuting Authority, requested the information from him, being the A1 statement J88 and audio file, and he complied with the request on the same day. I could not remember why Advocate Johnson requested the information.
He could not.
Sorry, he could not remember. Paragraph 11. Mr. Bateman also stated that he had a very good relationship with Advocate Johnson going back to 2011.
Colonel, your voice is tapering
Sorry.
again. Just raise it. Please listen to your wife's advice.
Sorry, wife. Mr. Bateman also stated that he had a very good relationship with Advocate Johnson going back to 2011. He saw nothing untoward about Johnson's request. Mr. Bateman was requested to provide a statement regarding the matter. Despite numerous follow-ups prior to my retirement in 2025, January, for the statement I was informed that he only provided the statement to Captain McClean in June 2026, 4 years after we met with him and requested the statement.
Thank you, Colonel. Can we then go to the exhibit bundle and go to page 45? And I just have a few questions for you regarding the interview with Mr. Bateman. 45, it says BB1. It is an attachment to Mr. Bateman's statement that he provided to Captain McClean this year, but I just want to deal with the attachment to that, which is the WhatsApp that he received from his source with the information, correct?
I'm sorry, just repeat, who is it from and to whom?
The BB1 is what Mr. Bateman indicated is the WhatsApp conversation where he received the information from the source that he eventually sent to Advocate Andrea Johnson.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And the first, you see it's on the 3rd of July 2018 at 11:08, the source sends the audio clip. And his message, Mr. Bateman's message is, "What's this about? I make out a General Khan and Brig Petle." And then the next message is from the source, an incident between them. He allegedly also assaulted her with a pen. Case was opened, assault and intimidation. And Mr. Bateman then asks, when did this take place? The source says a week ago. And then Mr. Bateman says, how assault with a pen? And then you can see that on the left, the attachments are being sent, the same attachments that we looked at earlier, which is the A1 statement.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Now, can I just understand, so we're now in 2022 when you meet with Mr. Bateman, Mr. Leesk, is it Leesk?
Leesk, yes.
And Advocate Gerrie now of AfriForum.
That is correct, Commissioners.
And we understand, of course, Mr. Bateman's decision not to reveal his source, but did he explain to you how it came about that Advocate Johnson requested the information? How did he say that, how she knew that he had this information and had received it the very day that she requests it from him?
Commissioners, he maintained from the first time that I saw him, he did not deny that he provided the documentation and the WhatsApps. What he couldn't remember at that time is why it was asked of him. But he confirmed it was asked by Advocate Johnson, but he couldn't remember as to why it was asked from him. He is explaining it in the sense that, we are in communication regularly, so it might be just he was giving her information, she was giving him information from what I understood. So it might be in that context. He can't specifically remember why she asked him.
If
But
you
she
ju-
was specific in terms of what she asked him, because otherwise he wouldn't have provided this.
Yes, if you just look at page 46 of the bundle, because then I just want to, if you look at page 46, this is the email that he sends to her later that evening, 3 July 2018, at 18:05. So he sends it to her, 6 hours, 7 hours later. He receives it that same day. So when you engage him, did he explain whether he already had the information and she knew he had the information, or whether she asked him to get the information and he then got it? Because it can't be a coincidence that she requests it on the very day that he receives it from a source.
Now, the impression that I had during the whole conversation is that, sorry, she specifically requested this docket. He wouldn't have known giving it to her if it wasn't requested.
Yes.
Which is, as far as I'm concerned, a logical answer from his point of view.
Yes, her request, yes, but how would she know that he had it and had received it that same day that she requests it from him?
From what I understood, she requested him to see if he can get it.
Okay.
So he was supposed to source the documents and then provide it to her.
So he initiates her request and asks his source to get it.
That is what I understood. Yes, that is correct, Commissioners.
That would seem to be in line, because any other scenario wouldn't make sense. It would just be a happy coincidence for her to ask it on the same day that he has it without even knowing that he had it. She would have to have known that he had it to request it, or, as you say, the impression you had was that she requested him to obtain it for her.
Yeah, I think one should also take into account that between the request on the same day, which was in the morning, it was only sent in the afternoon late, which suggests to me that it took some time for him to source the documents.
Yes, but it would seem that on page 45, by 12 o'clock, at least, he already has it, because the attachments start coming in at 11:24.
That is correct.
Yes.
Commissioners.
And he gets the audio recording at 11:08. So if it was an instance where she requested it from him to obtain it, so he didn't have it at the time that she made the request and she wanted him to get it for her, then I suppose he gets it, and we don't know what informs his decision to only send it later that evening, because he only sends it at 6 in the evening to her.
That is my sense when I had an interview with him in terms of what happened.
Okay, but
That
he
is what
didn't
he explained.
specifically give you the information about how the request came about, whether it was her asking him to get it for her, or whether she knew that he already had it and asked just to send it to her.
No, Commissioners, as far as I'm concerned, he was quite clear on that. He was asked to source the documents.
Okay.
Because he wouldn't have otherwise. I do not see a scenario where he would volunteer information like that to her.
Mr. Mube, because we have Mr. Bateman's statement, I think you should put on record what he says about this topic. And I know you've had the discussion with the Colonel and you have an account from his interview of Mr. Bateman, but I think in fairness to Mr. Bateman and for completeness of your discussion, you should put what he says. So it seems he deals with it from paragraph 5, maybe, and then
On page
6 and 7.
Yes. Commissioner Baloyi, the reason why I'm asking the Colonel is because that interview happens in 2022 and this statement is in 2026. So I just wanted to know, when he had the conversation in 2022, what was his version as to the request? Because in 2026, Colonel Rulof wasn't around when the statement was taken. That was Captain McClean.
I understand that, but
Yes.
because we do have the statement on this very topic that you're
Yes.
canvassing, I think it should be put to
Okay.
you.
So if you go to page 40 of the bundle, that's Mr. Bateman's statement, which he deposed to in June 2026. And at paragraph 5, he says, in July 2018, a voice recording and pictures of an affidavit deposed to by Brigadier Petle of the South African Police Services was sent to me. The recording was of a conversation between SAP's Major General Feroz Khan and Petle. 6, I received the information from a source whose identity I cannot reveal. I attach here to a redacted screenshot of the message. 7, I don't have any recollection of the circumstances that led me to send the recording and documents to Johnson. However, I can only infer that it was following a discussion and in response to a request from Johnson. I received the information and sent it to Johnson on the same day, 3 July 2018.
Commissioners, it is more or less in line in terms of what was said to me. I think this is now 4 years later. I think he probably couldn't remember all the detail that he gave to us when we had the conversation with him in 2022. So, but it is in line, and that is how I understood it as to what had happened. There was a request, and based on the request, he would have provided the information.
Thank you. Okay. We can go back to your statement. At paragraph 12, page 5.
In August 2022, I received a statement from the Colonel setting out the events on the 4th of July 2018. At this stage, Advocate Johnson was the head of IDAC, where I was placed even though I was attached to the DPCI. I could not approach Advocate Johnson given the allegations of interference and defeating the ends of justice. At this stage, Captain McClean had also ascertained that the NPA decided on 15 December 2021 already not to prosecute the assault and intimidation docket. And the docket had been withdrawn from the CAS system on the 13th of January 2022.
Colonel, what does it mean the docket had been withdrawn from the CAS system?
It actually should read closed, Commissioner. What we have a cash administration system, which is an administration system for our dockets. So when the case docket is opened, it would be registered on the cash system. So at the end of an investigation, whether it is unfounded, whether a warrant of arrest was issued, you will then close the docket and it will be closed on the cash system. I think in this specific case, it was a nolli prosecute, if I'm not mistaken. So the docket would have been closed on the cash system as a nolli prosecute. But as I said, I don't have the docket in front of me, so I'm not sure exactly as what it was closed. But then it get archived. So that is in essence what happened. So there won't be any further queries on the administration system, bring forward dates and that kind of thing. But the docket will show that it's been archived, and you can go and find the docket there.
So it doesn't mean, because that's how I had read it, because I don't know your systems. So when you say withdrawn from the CAS system, I had read it to mean it had been deleted from the systems. You wouldn't find it.
It cannot be deleted.
Okay.
There will always be an audit trail,
Okay.
so you can't delete that.
Thank you.
Okay, page 5, paragraph 13 of your statement, Advocate Johnson's knowledge of the allegations against her.
I decided to approach the national head of the DPCI, Lieutenant General Labia, for assistance because of the circumstances that I found myself in. I met General Labia in the last week of August 2022, but I do not recall the exact date. I informed him of the allegations contained in the Colonel's statement and furnished him with a copy of the Colonel's statement. I told General Lebeer that we needed the NPA to assign a senior prosecutor to the matter. I expected General Lebeer to request the NPA head, at the time Advocate Shamila Batoy, for a senior prosecutor to be assigned to the case. I could not take the matter to a lower court due to Advocate Johnson's position as head of IDAC. Advocate Johnson's position also placed me in a precarious position because I had been placed at IDAC in Advocate Johnson's office as part of a duty arrangements between the DPCI and IDAC. Paragraph 14. On 7 September 2022, Advocate Johnson approached me at work. I was still at IDAC at the time, and asked me to see her in her office. She told me that she had been called by Advocate Batoy's office, who informed her of the Colonel's affidavit and the allegations against her, Advocate Johnson, contained therein. Advocate Johnson told me the name of the Colonel who deposed to the affidavit. I found it extremely concerning that Advocate Batoy would have told Advocate Johnson about a protected disclosure implicating her, Advocate Johnson, in wrongdoing. I also thought that perhaps Advocate Johnson was able to figure out the identity of the Colonel without Advocate Batoy informing her thereof. But then Advocate Johnson to continue to reveal that she knew the Colonel's affidavit was commissioned by Colonel Wittendal, and she relayed information contained in the Colonel's affidavit. She then told me that she read the Colonel's affidavit and that she denied any wrongdoing. Paragraph 15. She also informed me that she spoke to Mr. Bateman before meeting with me and told Mr. Bateman not to worry. She also said that she understood the reason I approached General Lebeer. By this I understood Advocate Johnson to mean that given that the allegations implicate her, she understood why I did not deal with the incident within IDAC, but instead went to the head of the DPCI. Paragraph 16. When Advocate Johnson approached me on the 7th of September 2022, I already knew that she had spoken to Bateman. I can just say here that I didn't tell her that I knew that she'd spoken to Bateman. Because Mr. Leask told me that Bateman had informed Mr. Gerenel of the conversation between him, Bateman, and Advocate Johnson. Mr. Leask did not give me the details of what was discussed between Mr. Bateman and Advocate Johnson. I do not recall the exact date when he would have informed me of the call, but from my WhatsApp exchanges with Mr. Leask on 5 and 6 September, I think it would have been on the 6th of September 2022. Paragraph 17. During our investigation, I was able to confirm that General Lebeer met with Advocate Batoy on the 2nd of September 2022. That was confirmation for me that General Lebeer gave the Colonel's affidavit to Advocate Batoy, which I did not take issue with, since my reason for approaching General Lebeer was for assistance with the appointment of a senior prosecutor. To my knowledge, the only people who had sight of the Colonel's affidavit when I met with General Lebeer were the Colonel, Captain McClean, General Lebeer, and me. Advocate Batoy is the only person I can think of who would have shown or given the Colonel's affidavit to Advocate Johnson after General Lebeer gave it to her at the meeting on September 2022. I do not believe that General Lebeer shared or showed the Colonel's affidavit to. I do not believe that General Lebeer showed or shared the Colonel's affidavit with Advocate Johnson. The irony of the situation was not lost on me. Advocate Batoy, by sharing the Colonel's statement with Advocate Johnson, did the same thing Advocate Johnson had done by sharing Brigadier Petley's criminal complaint against General Khan with him. Paragraph 18.
Sorry, before you proceed, Colonel, in this discussion with Advocate Johnson, did you ask and did she say why it was that she forwarded the documents to General Khan? Did she say anything about that?
Commissioner, she said nothing. I would have expected under the circumstances, if she was told, if she was given access to the affidavit of the complainant, of the Colonel, that I would have expected, that was my expectation. I mean, firstly, I didn't expect that it would have been given to her, but now it has been given to her. She had access to it. I would have expected the following reaction. Where can I sign the affidavit? Because this was done, I was duped by providing this information to him. I understand the problem, and I think I need to provide you with an affidavit to further your investigation. That is what I expected, because to me that would have been the right thing to do. But she did not touch on why she asked for it. She did not try to explain the situation. She just said to me, and I think it's quoted here somewhere, I didn't do anything wrong. And that is the extent of what she said. And apart from that, she was telling me about, she spoke to Bateman. She's now speaking to me. We both are witnesses in this matter. After that conversation with Bateman, it took us 4 years to eventually get Bateman's statement. So from where I sat, that call did in fact play a role in him not finalizing his affidavit. And it's a very subtle way to tell someone not to assist in an investigation. I mean, a mere fact, in one of the WhatsApps, she tells him, I'm giving you a heads up, the Hawks will come and talk to you. I mean, you don't do that. That's not your function to do that kind of thing. So I had a huge problem with the situation as it was. I've been fighting with the NPA, as I said, since 2011. So I've been through this process. I know that when the NPA is not going to prosecute or do not want to have a look at the docket or at the situation, they will not. So it took the matter that I was with, the Madlanga matter, it took it about 12 years to get into court. So I knew at that point in time when I had this discussion with her that we are very limited in terms of what we can do from now on. Because I'm not going to risk the Colonel's career and life by continuing a situation that I now know for sure the NPA is not going to do anything about. So that is the position that I found myself in. And I was very upset by it. So, but it happens within our environment at times. So you have to deal with it.
When she says, I did nothing wrong, when she says that to you, did you understand her to say, by forwarding these documents to General Khan, she did not consider that to be anything wrong about it? Was that your understanding of her?
That was my understanding from the comment she made.
Yes.
So there was no explanation as to why. Because on the face of it, there cannot be, and that's my interpretation, there cannot be a good explanation as to why you did it, except if you didn't know and you were duped. And then I expect the other reaction, which I described earlier. Where can I sign the affidavit? Because I was put in a position where I was not supposed to be put in. And you get that normally with a lot of these cases that you investigate, had I known that scenario. So if she had known, then she would not offer assistance in terms of an affidavit. If she did not know, I would have gotten assistance. So That is how I see the situation.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colonel, back to your statement, paragraph 17 on page 7.
I have led many investigations into corruption by police officials within TAPS and with a specific reference to crime intelligence. I'm well aware of how important it is not to prematurely release the name of a witness. It puts the investigation into jeopardy and, more importantly, it has the potential to put the life of the witness in danger. This is amplified in this specific situation because General Khan and the Colonel were both working at crime intelligence in the same office at the time. As stated earlier, before my meeting with Advocate Johnson, I had already been informed that Advocate Johnson had spoken to Mr. Bateman about the Colonel's affidavit. My interaction with Mr. Leakes on 5 and 6 September is set out below, and I have provided the Commission with the screenshots of the exchange as well. Mr. Leakes told me that Mr. Bateman sent a WhatsApp message to Advocate Gerrie Nel after his conversation with Advocate Johnson on 5 September. I quote the conversation between Mr. Leakes and me below, as well as the forwarded messages with my translation from Afrikaans to English where necessary.
Thank you, Colonel. If you can just pause here, Commissioners, the conversation appears on page 49, the screenshot, and the Colonel had apologized for the quality thereof. He needed his daughter to assist him with taking the screenshot. So it's on page 49, and you will see the that is between you and Mr. Leakes on the... Yes,
that is correct, Commissioner. That is between myself and Mr. Leakes.
You may proceed, Colonel. You don't have to read the date and time in. We are looking at the screenshot, so you can just read the translation, perhaps, from Mr. Leakes.
The translation from the affidavit.
Yes.
It says, I Cobus, we need to talk, which is on the 5th. And on the 6th, there's a missed call from Mr. Leakes. And also on...
I think you're now at paragraph 20, so there's the missed call, and then you explain what happened after there, because there's a gap between the missed call and the next message. So you can just go to your statement, paragraph 20.
Paragraph 20, although I do not have a clear recollection at this stage, clear recollection. At this stage, Mr. Leakes and I must have had a telephonic conversation about the matter. I recall I was in Cape Town between 2 and 6 September 2022 and flew back to Gauteng on the 6th of September 2022. It would have been in the afternoon. I think it was during this call on either the evening of 5 September or 6 September 2022 that Mr. Leakes informed me of the conversation between Mr. Bateman and Advocate Johnson. I say so because after Mr. Leakes requested us to talk, he missed his missed call. The next message is from me asking which number was used, referring to the number that Advocate Johnson used to contact Mr. Bateman. During this call, Mr. Leakes told me that Advocate Johnson contacted Mr. Bateman to assure him not to worry. I remember asking Mr. Leakes to tell Mr. Bateman to immediately make a note of what he could remember and was discussed with Advocate Johnson. The WhatsApp exchanges continue below. At 14:25, I asked which number was used. Mr. Leakes responded. I'll read the English version. BB says he got a call on WhatsApp and she said he must go to Signal. I don't know which one she used, but it was to her number. And then it says, it gives a number and it says, I'll find out. Then I send him a thumbs up.
If we can just then go to that message where that references that Mr. Bateman said that he got a call on WhatsApp and she said he must go to Signal on page 58 of the exhibit bundle. If you can just explain to us what we're looking at on page 58.
This is a screenshot or a photo that I took of, I think it's Mr. Bateman's phone, with the request by Advocate Johnson to go to Signal.
The request from Advocate Johnson to Mr. Bateman
To
on
Mr. Bateman.
the 5th of September.
That is correct. That's correct, Commissioners. I can also inform the Commission that on various occasions, Advocate Johnson was not only stating to me but to the office as well, you need to use Signal because WhatsApp is not as secure as you think, and she prefers to use Signal because it's much more secure. So I presume that's the reason why he was asked to go to Signal.
And this was the call on the 5th of September, which you knew about already when Advocate Johnson approached you on the 7th of September.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Okay. So we can go back to your statement at paragraph 21.
Mr. Leask and I arranged to meet to discuss the matter further. He sent me his location because the location was different to where I had met him and Mr. Bateman, Advocate Nell, the first time. And then it just shows a map that was sent to me.
And then paragraph 22.
If I recall correctly, on 7 September 22, I would have met Mr. Leask after my meeting with Advocate Johnson. I do recall that Mr. Leask sent the WhatsApp exchange between Bateman and Advocate Johnson and Advocate Nell before I went to meet him. I know that I did not have the WhatsApp exchange between Mr. Bateman and Advocate Nell when I met Advocate Johnson, which means that Mr. Leask forwarded the exchange to me after my meeting with Advocate Johnson, but before my meeting with him. Paragraph 23, page 10. Mr. Leask forwarded the WhatsApp messages from Mr. Bateman to Advocate Gerinel on 5 September 2022 to me. These messages are quoted below.
If we could go to page 51 of the exhibit bundle. So this is what Mr. Leask forwards to you, which is a conversation, which is messages that Mr. Bateman sends to Advocate Nell after he gets the call from Advocate Johnson on the 5th of September.
That is correct, Commissioners, after his discussion with her.
Okay, if you can then just read from the forwarded, sorry, on page 51.
Must I read from the actual
Yes, I think it's
document?
easier, yeah.
Okay.
I'll just remind you that there is redaction, so I'll tell you when to stop.
Okay, it starts as follows. Sorry to hassle you, Mr. Nell. Andrea just called me. Called to say she was called into a meeting with the NDPP. Libya had approached the NDPP last week with information.
Then you don't have to read the next part. You can start again by, she has provided statement.
She has provided statement about an email that I apparently sent in 2018, something about requesting information. Unclear. Andrea not worried. She says there's nothing that she did, that she said to me or communicated that she could not repeat.
Elsewhere on the next page, 53.
In the middle of the page, it continues that she could not repeat elsewhere. Referred to issues between Khan and Petle, said I often approach her about media issues and questions. Told the NDPP she is not interested in seeing the statement. Next page, saying that if there is to be an investigation, they must investigate. Just wanted to give you, wanted to give me the heads up in case the Hawks came asking. Next page. Came asking questions. She says Kobus was approached with the statement and he works for her, so he had no choice to approach Libya.
By Kobus, that is you.
That is me, yes, Commissioners. Reiterated that as he is not concerned, reiterated, I presume she is not concerned. She has work to do and will get on with what she has to do. Says,
Next page.
says there is something, if there is something to explain, she will. Told me not to be worried. And then there is another photo of the phone itself.
With the message to go to where the request is, are you on signal?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And this Mr. Leask forwards to you before you met with him.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioners.
Then if we go back to your statement at paragraph 24 on page 11.
While I was in the meeting with Mr. Leask, I took a screenshot of his phone containing the messages from Advocate Johnson to Mr. Bateman on 5 September 2022, where she asked him if he was on signal. Paragraph 25.
Conclusion.
I do not know as a fact that General Libya gave the Colonel's affidavit to Advocate Bateman. However, Advocate Johnson...
Advocate Batoy.
Advocate Batoy. However, Advocate Johnson told me that Advocate Batoy showed her the Colonel's affidavit when I met, in brackets, when I met with her on the 7th of September 2022. In Mr. Bateman's WhatsApp messages to Advocate Nell on 5 September 2022, he said that Advocate Johnson told him that Advocate Batoy approached her about the Colonel's affidavit. He says that Advocate Johnson told him she was not interested in seeing the statement. Mr. Bateman also mentioned in his WhatsApp messages to Advocate Nell and Advocate Johnson that that's
Told
me,
him that I had no choice.
no choice but to approach General Libya. This confirms to me that General Libya met Advocate Batoy and gave her the Colonel's affidavit. And thereafter, Advocate Batoy either showed or gave the Colonel's statement to Advocate Johnson. There is a part in one of the messages, and I don't recall reading it, in which Bateman, as part of his WhatsApp messages, says there's an issue between Khan and Petle. Now, that information could have only come from the affidavit itself. From the
Yes, it is there. You did read it.
Oh, I did, sorry. So if I did read it, I'm sorry. But that information was in the affidavit.
Yes, it's
So
on
if
page
you had-
53 of the screenshots.
If you have access to the affidavit, you would have known that kind of detail.
You may continue. Paragraph 26.
On 31 January 2025, I retired from the South African Police Service. At that stage, we were unable to secure the appointment of a prosecutor to consider both Brigadier Petley's criminal complaint against General Khan and the allegations against Advocate Johnson of what I considered to be defeating the ends of justice. When I retired, the docket was assigned to Captain McClean, who had worked with me on the case from the start and to whom I report regularly on my interactions with role players where he had not accompanied me. I think it's important for the Commission to hear from Captain McClean and the Colonel as well, because they will corroborate my version, especially regarding what I reported to Captain McClean contemporaneously. It may be important corroboration if those implicated attempt to rewrite history. And then paragraph 28, I hope that my testimony will assist the Commission in its important work.
Thank you, Commissioners. That's the evidence of the Colonel.
Colonel, when you met with Advocate Johnson on the 7th of September, did you mention to her, or did you get the impression, if you did, that she knew that this was a protected disclosure?
Commissioner, I can't answer the question because she did not allude to anything like that. But what I do know, if she had access to the affidavit, which I believe she did, she would have seen it. It would have been in. It was a protected disclosure based on the facts in the affidavit itself.
Based on the facts, you mean the nature of the allegation?
The nature of the allegation, where she worked, the fact that she could be intimidated, the fact that the guy was a superior officer. So those are the things, if you look at the act itself, those are the kind of things that you look out for when it is a protected disclosure.
Thank you.
Colonel, I prefer the Afrikaans because I'm a Rauki.
And I do not prefer the rank because,
quite
frankly, I'm not a huge fan of the ranks within the police.
The English and the Australians prefer Colonel.
Yes.
In paragraph 12 of your statement, you seem to be suggesting that what Advocate Johnson did amounts to interference with investigation and defeating the ends of justice. What is it about her conduct constitutes, according to you, interference with investigation and defeating the ends of justice?
Well, there's Commissioners, there's more than two issues, but the ones that comes to mind is the fact that she would warn a suspect before the time of, and provide the statement before that person is entitled to the statement, the suspect is entitled. And as a prosecutor, she must know that. The second thing is calling the witnesses and calling me in and calling Bateman. That to me is another huge red flag, because she is, as far as I'm concerned, an implicated person. She did not deny that she was duped by Khan. She did not say that had I known this was the issue. So that never happened. So as far as I'm concerned, when I was in there and that happened, that is why I'm saying this, that it was done deliberately. There's more than two things. It's also the effect of a call from someone of her stature to a witness, saying to him, "I'm giving you a heads up, the Hawks is going to come and talk to you." That to me is also not on. And then the second thing is to imply you don't have anything to worry about. It's sort of trying to comfort the guy. But why make the call in the first place? Because you're telling him, actually, you've got something to worry about. So make sure that you say the right thing. That is my inference from the situation itself. Because we don't do things like this when we investigate matters. As an investigating officer, I don't do things like this. So I expect more from a prosecutor when it comes to this kind of action.
And then the documents that she would have obtained from Mr. Bateman, I understand that Mr. Bateman at the time was a journalist.
That is correct.
So is it not fair then to say the documents or the docket or its contents were already in the public domain because the journalist already was in possession of them? Even the journalist himself could have given them to General Khan.
I understand the question, but but the docket or the information in the docket is not supposed to be in the public domain. It got there in an unsanctioned format, because if you look at it, Mr. Bateman was not entitled to the documents, so it's not part of the public domain. The public domain comes when you go to court and the documents are handed up. Then it is public domain. But at that point in time, it's not in the public domain. The fact that you have a source who gave you the documents does not make it in the public domain, not as far as I'm concerned when it comes to a reporter. You can't circumvent the process just because the source gave you the information.
So in short, you say even Mr. Bateman was not properly in possession of the docket, and Ms. Johnson should have known that when she received it from him, and she should not have shared it with the with the suspect in the assault complaint.
That is correct, Commissioners. And I think what takes it further for me is the fact that she requested that private emails being used, because it was done on her Gmail account. She asked the Colonel to go to her Gmail account, and she also asked the Colonel to delete the emails when it was done. So those things, if it was an above board conversation, you would use your NPA email account. You would request the documents, because you are actually entitled to request documents in her position. But if you want to put a layer between yourself and the request, that is when you go off the grid and you do it that way. She had access to her official email. She did not have to use her Gmail address, and did not have to ask the witness to destroy or to delete the emails. So those are the things that is what made it to, that is what informed me of what she did, and in terms of this specific issue.
Thank you.
On the face of it, subject to an explanation by Advocate Johnson, there appears to be impropriety. Just making a comment.
That is correct, Commissioner. There appears to be, and I think, to me, and once again, it's my opinion. Once again, if there wasn't any impropriety, she would have told me on the 7th. She would have volunteered information saying that I was duped. It might not look good, but it is an explanation, and we could have actually gone after General Khan, because what she is allegedly guilty of, he is also allegedly guilty of, because he sourced the documents from her.
Thank you, thank you. Ms. Sigels-Ncube, is there a reason why we did not listen to the audio that came with the email?
Chair, we thought that we would play it when...
When witness N, is it?
Witness O.
O.
Yes, it's in the incorrect order, yes, Chair.
Oh, all right.
Or even
all right.
Captain McClean comes because he was the investigating
But are there
officer.
issues of confidentiality with regard to it? Why should it not, why
No.
should the public not,
No, there isn't, Chair. we will play it. The witness,
in
yes.
that case, should we not play it here? Or will it be played when,
Chair, where Captain McClean comes because he's
Yes,
the current investigating officer.
all right, no, that's fine, that's fine. I was just concerned if we played outside of this,
No, we will.
this
yeah.
forum.
In this forum, Chair.
All right, all right.
Colonel, at the end of paragraph 17, you read what you describe as the irony in the conduct of Advocate Batoyi vis-a-vis Advocate Johnson, that very last part of paragraph 17. Do you, in so many words, consider the conduct of Advocate Batoyi to have been inappropriate in the same way as well? I just want to be clear what it is you're saying about it.
I do not know. I wasn't privy to the conversation between her and Advocate Johnson or between her and General Labia. But if she's read the affidavit that was given to her, and I'm talking about Advocate Batoyi, she would have realized that what she is doing then by showing that affidavit to Advocate Johnson, that is exactly the same that Johnson did with Khan. So I would have expected her to understand the situation, because what I would have expected from her is to appoint a prosecutor, and if she wanted to, institute disciplinary proceedings. That is what I would expect in the circumstances like this. But that didn't happen. So I was never contacted by a prosecutor. So as far as I'm concerned, there was never a prosecutor appointed. And there was no disciplinary proceedings after that as well. I was not contacted by the NPA for disciplinary proceedings. I mean, if you have an affidavit like that in front of you, you have to take some action. So, and the same applies to an explanation. If an explanation was given to her, I was duped. I didn't know what this guy was going to do with this. Then it is the same explanation that I expected her to give me, but it wasn't given to me. So I'm not sure what took place between the two of them, but I am sure that she should have seen the circumstances in respect of the affidavit of the Colonel vis-a-vis the circumstances of the affidavit given to General Khan.
I guess what I'm trying to get in very clear words so that there is no confusion about this is in respect of Advocate Johnson's conduct to General Khan, as it relates to General Khan, you unequivocally say there was interference with an active investigation. And what I'm seeking to clarify with you is, do you similarly express the same view about Advocate Batoyi speaking to Advocate Johnson about this investigation that you are now conducting into her behavior? Do you consider that to have been an interference in an investigation or not?
Commissioner, it's a difficult question to answer because as I was not there, so I do not know her intent. So I only can deduce from the actions what the intent was, and I'm not sure that the intent was to derail the investigation. But if you look at what happened afterwards, the fact that no one was appointed, no disciplinary action was taken, and sharing this document, because she must have realized this is exactly the same situation that Advocate Johnson is finding herself in. So under those circumstances, I have no doubt that, let me classify it, she made exactly the same mistake, if you want to call it a mistake, because it's not a mistake, as Advocate Johnson did by her actions.
Thank you.
The
We're done
witness
with the
may be
witness.
excused.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Thank you very much, Colonel.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:45.
Hello.
All right, we are ready to resume the session. Please make sure that your devices are off, that they are quiet. Thank you.
Is it still you?
Yes,
Ms.
yes,
Seegers
Chair.
Ncube?
Yes.
Good morning, Captain McClean.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Do you pronounce it McClean?
McClean, not toothpaste, McClean, but the A out.
I'm asking because when I was a student, we had a dean who was Dean McClean, but written exactly the same way.
Same way.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the captain will take the oath.
Do you swear that? Oh, please place your full names on record, Captain.
Mark McClean.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Chair. Captain, in front of you are two files. The first one has a small file with your statement in it, and then the second file is an exhibit bundle. I just want you to confirm in the small file, page 8, that the signature that appears on there is your signature.
That's correct.
And do you confirm that the statement was prepared for purposes of your evidence today?
Correct.
And do you confirm the correctness of the contents of the statement?
It's correct, Commissioners.
Thank you. Chair, given that Captain McClean is corroborating to a large extent Colonel Rulof's evidence, we have agreed that certain parts of his statement, he won't read it, but he will basically summarize based on what Colonel Rulof has done, has already testified to, and then he will continue at a certain point with aspects that only relate to him. And when we deal with what it is that the Colonel had given, the information the Colonel had given to him, we will then play the recording as well. Thank you. Captain, if we can then start with your statement on page 1, and you can read this part into the record, and then if there's any portions that you want to elaborate on or clarify, you can do so. You don't have to feel restricted. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioners. I am a member of the South African Police Services with the rank of a captain attached to the Directorate of Priority Crimes Investigation, also known as the Hawks. In May of 2020, I was part of a team placed at the Investigating Directorate, the ID, of the National Prosecuting Authority, also commonly known as IDAC, as part of a duty arrangement between IDAC and the DPCI, where we were assigned to conduct investigations relating to inter alia, state-owned enterprises, or state-owned entities. We investigate these matters relating to the Crime Intelligence Division, including the Secret Service Account, SSA. While conducting these investigations into crime intelligence, the team became familiar with crime intelligence officials who would provide the team with information. At times, these officers would provide information on ongoing investigations or matters that we were not aware of as a team.
Now, Captain, when Colonel Rulof gave evidence, he mentioned that investigations had started as early as 2011. Were you involved in those investigations?
That's correct, Commissioners. In 2011, I think it was March, it was a public holiday. We were informed to form part of a team coming up to Gauteng to investigate a murder of Opera Mogibi in Vosloorus against General Mgluli at the time.
Okay, and at that stage, was it just you and Colonel Rulof, sir?
It was myself, Colonel Rulof, sir, Colonel Viljoen, Piet Viljoen, and Kathy Williams, Sergeant Kathy Williams.
And just insofar as you mentioned the issue about the Secret Services account, was that also part of the 2011 investigation?
Not right in the beginning, Commissioners. Like I said, as things progressed, because you are dealing with a murder of the then Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence, the officials in crime intelligence will then, you get to know them, and then they will approach you with information. And that's exactly what transpired here.
When you say information unrelated to...
Unrelated to the murder, Commissioner.
And then Colonel Rulof, sir, mentioned something about, he said we could have stopped this in 2011 and didn't really elaborate. I think it was actually my fault that I didn't ask him to elaborate on. Do you have a view on that? Because I had engaged you on that issue as well, about 2011.
Yes, Commissioners. Most of these issues that is arising now, that is coming out in at the Commission, not all, we already knew about some of these things in 2011. And it was brought to the attention of a lot of generals that something must be done.
Can you just please explain these things?
These things was the abuse of the Secret Service account. We opened, at that time, we opened 2 other separate cases that was running. One was against General Lazarus and Colonel Barnard. And then the other matter was General Barnard, General Lazarus, General McClean, and Colonel Barnard. The first one was on a Littleton matter against General Lazarus and Barnard for abusing the Secret Service account. What they did was they created within a service provider.
I just wanted to get the nature, not necessarily details around.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I think the Chair's question was more about what are these things that you say could have been stopped in 2011? Yeah. That was the context, not the actual cases that were investigated, but the reference to that this could have been stopped in 2011.
Like I said, the abuse of the Secret Services account, the appointments, all of that was known to us in 2011.
Okay. You may continue. Paragraph 3.
The purpose of this statement is twofold. The first is to inform the Commission of a matter regarding events in 2018 reported to me and retired Colonel Rulof in 2022 involving Advocate Andrea Johnson and Major General Farouz Khan. And secondly, to collaborate retired Colonel Rulof's version of events.
Okay, then can I just pause to ask you, so you go in May 2020 as part of the duty arrangement. Where are you based? Are you based at IDAC?
Both myself and Colonel Rulof at the time and the rest of the team was based at the DPCI in Cape Town.
Okay, and then in May 2020, when you're now on the special assignment?
It was myself and Colonel Rulof, who was placed at ID when they started to assist with investigations there.
And at that stage, Advocate Johnson wasn't yet at IDAC?
No, Advocate Johnson only arrived there in 2022.
Okay. And your assignment was it specific to crime intelligence?
Not specifically to crime intelligence, but also to state-owned enterprises.
Okay. And at that stage, had you been aware of Major General Feroz Khan within crime intelligence?
We were aware of General Khan, but not all the issues that came out in the commission at that stage.
No, I'm just meaning the person, so he...
Correct, we knew it.
You may then go to paragraph 4 of your statement on page 2, and as indicated, this portion, Colonel Rulof sir had given extensive evidence on the disclosure by the Colonel. If you could just, for purpose of corroboration, just summarize what transpired with the witness that disclosed the incident.
Commissioners, at the time in, I think it was May, we were approached by actually General Jacobs, who informed us about the Colonel, who had information regarding an incident that took place in 2018 relating to Major General Khan and Advocate Johnson.
And you were referring to General, did you say General Jacobs?
It was referred to us by General Jacobs.
And General Jacobs was...
He was the head of the Division for Crime Intelligence at the time. The Colonel was working under him in his office as a staff officer.
Okay, continue.
We then approached the Colonel, and like Colonel Rulof testified, we then requested a statement with all the necessary documents recording that she had that was sent to her.
And just briefly tell us what it is that she had communicated to you.
She informed us that in July of 2018, the 4th of July of 2018, she was in her office and Major General Khan was also there, but he was in a boardroom not far from her office, next to. He was in a meeting. He came to her office with his cell phone. He was talking to some person on the cell phone. He then informed the Colonel that it is Andrea on the phone, and that he then handed his phone to the Colonel. The Colonel was then requested by the lady on the phone to give her personal email address, and she will send her something for General Khan that she must give to General Khan, and then she must delete the email, which she did.
Okay, and she then provided you with the information.
That's correct, Commissioners.
And what was that she had provided you with?
She provided us with a statement, her own statement, a statement of the A1 in a docket of Silverton 422 of 6/2018 and J88.
And the email as well?
And the email.
Okay.
And also the recording.
When you say the recording, what do you mean?
It's a recording that was, I think it was done by the complainant, Brigadier Petle, of the assault case. And that was also given to the Colonel.
Okay, had you ever interviewed Brigadier Petle?
Correct, Commissioners?
And she confirmed that that recording was a recording of what, a part of the incident, portion of the incident.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay.
It also forms part of that case docket.
Okay. Chair, we'll play the recording now.
For your company and your workflows. When you're open.
Can you close the door?
No, leave the door. Don't let the door closed.
Why?
What my reasons?
But what will be the reasons?
No, leave it open.
No, but you come here into my office and you just leave the door wide open.
Close the door?
No, but the door was closed.
No, leave it open because I don't want tomorrow to be accused of anything.
What would I accuse you for? What have I ever accused you for? About?
You don't have to.
Yeah, what have I ever accused you
but I
about?
don't
You
want
see,
to
this
be-
door, you can't talk to me in an open place.
Let's go to another place.
No,
You
there's
go
no
in-
other place.
You can come in.
No,
You can come in. Why you don't want to come in?
I don't want to come there because it's not warm enough. I've got my health reasons. No. Sit here and then close the
No,
door.
I don't want
Even if you don't close it fully, if you don't trust me, or
I
go
want
get,
the door open.
or you can get a witness. If
Yeah,
you
okay,
feel like,
call your witness so you'll witness what I'm saying.
then you'll wait until I call my witness then.
No, man, I don't need to listen.
But you say call your witness, so how do I call when you're walking out?
Where's Andy? Let's just be with me. Where's Andy?
If you're coming here to
Not
shout
Khan, I'm a
at me,
general. Don't address me as Khan. That's the
see
last
now.
time you call me Khan.
you see now.
You call me general.
No, don't shout at me.
You call me general. You don't call me
Okay.
Khan. I'm not your friend. I'm your commander. Do not address me as Khan. Am I clear to you? Am I clear to you? Do not address me as Khan. You have discipline. Do you know standing orders of the police? Are you familiar with standing orders? Are you familiar? Brigadier, I'm not Khan to you. I'm not your friend. Where were you this morning? I'm here from 7:30. Why were you not at work? Answer me. Where were you this morning? What time do you start work? You're not going to talk. The pen is very powerful. You have lots of issues at the moment. You want me to add to that? Brigadier, you want me to add to your issues? I need to know where were you? I need answers from you. Do you want me to add to your issues? Have I been rude to you? Why are you rude to me? Do I call you Petle? Leo? I've never called you anything but Brigadier. But can you say the same? In your heart, you cannot. Do some introspection and find out why these things are happening to you. Okay? You come to my office tomorrow morning at 7:30. I'll see you at 12. Bring your witness with you. And that's general for you.
Thank you, Chair. That's the audio. Captain, could I ask you to please identify the female voice in the audio?
The female is Brigadier Petle,
And the male voice?
is General Khan.
And when you interviewed General Petle, we know that one of the allegations was that there was assault. Did she tell you what had transpired?
Commissioners, we didn't go into detail of what transpired because I have had listened to the recording and read a statement. So we basically just went over a statement of what transpired, and she confirmed what was in her A1 statement at the time.
And to you, what did she say was the assault?
The general spoke about a pen, and if I look at the J88 and what Brigadier Petle is saying, it's more about the pen because he was doing this, and the J88 also speak about injuries on the chest.
And what's the description of the injuries?
It just shows that there's marks, like if somebody pierces you with a pen, that is the type of injuries that shows on the J88.
On page 17 of the exhibit bundle.
Captain, the J88 is completed by whom?
Independent doctor, Commissioner. I must also state that when I went to fetch the initial docket or original docket, the 422, some of the J88 pages is missing. So I'm following up with the doctor to see if we can get a proper J88.
So if you go to page 17, which is the J88, can you just identify to us how does one see what the injuries were? We're not displaying it though.
If I look at the J88, there's a few pictures of a body there, Commissioners, and you can see where the doctor made circles is where you can, what I see as, that's my version of a pin when somebody poke you with a pin.
Okay.
I'm looking at page 20.
17,
No,
Commissioner.
20, is that not where the doctor is explaining the nature of the injuries, perhaps?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't read that. Do we have something legible? I do see swelling, for example, and then number 3, because there's 1, 2, 3. I also see what looks like 4 multiple something.
Chair, that's all that we have of the docket, yes. And then there is on page 33 a bigger version of it, but it's still the same. Page 33, I think it says 1 swelling on the upper part of the middle left forearm. That's at 1. And then it gives I guess, as the size of it, plus minus 2.2. Can't see what that is. And then the second one, bruise superficial on facial left. And then 3, 4 multiple small bruises on, and I can't read the rest. And then if you go to page 17, which has the markers of the injuries. We can go then back to your statement. So that is what was contained in the docket.
Correct.
Or what the Colonel had given you as what she had received from Advocate Andrea Johnson.
That's correct.
Okay. And then if you can just then go to page 4 of your statement.
I'm just sorry. I've just been trying to cross-refer here. I've gone back to page 17 because looking at number 2, which is what? No, number 1. The swelling, no bruise, number 2, superficial on, is that facial? And left. So I went back to 17 and I'm looking at what appears there. If you look at the top line, 1, 2, there's a circle there. Do you see that?
On top of the head, correct, Commissioner?
Yes, and it's on the left-hand side.
That's correct.
If this has not been filled in, would you ordinarily have the circle that we see there?
No.
Or is that circle
that is the doc where the doctor will say this is where injuries. When he examined the patient, that is where he shows.
Then the doctor makes
correct.
that as an indication. All right, I just wanted to. All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sigurd.
Ms. Dube, before you go to the disclosure, Captain, I'm just trying to understand procedurally what happens. So you have the complaint from the whistleblower, and then you have the statement, and then you have the docket from the 2018 incident. What do you do now? Do you open a separate docket dealing with what the whistleblower told you, Advocate Johnson did? What exactly do you do? Is that a new case or
Co-
you open a new docket?
Correct,
Procedurally,
Commissioner.
What do you do?
So what we did in this case, with any other case, we don't use the original case docket that is there. We try to preserve that as it is for the court to see what was in that case docket. So what we did in this case, we opened an inquiry into the matter. And in that inquiry, I didn't even wanted to place the statement of the colonel in that inquiry. I just wrote up the investigating diary, although I know I had the original statement. So that is how we proceeded with this.
So you open an inquiry and then it has an inquiry number.
Yes,
And
8
then-
of 9/20/22.
Do you investigate it as a criminal offense? What
You-
do you investigate it as?
It's as a normal criminal offense, but it's just an inquiry at that stage until you have all the evidence all the statements, and then open a case docket.
Let me tell you where I'm going with this so that you can understand me. There's a suggestion by a witness before you that once your investigation started, how the content of the whistleblower statement was shared between DPCI and the NPA and Advocate Johnson may in itself have been improper. So what I'm trying to understand is if it's a normal inquiry as opposed to a criminal investigation, is there anything untoward with the statement being shared between various units or institutions?
We don't have a issue because we requested, the reason we gave that copy of the statement to General Labia is to request a prosecutor from the MPA to assist us to guide us in the investigation, and also to get our Section 205s authorized, because otherwise we couldn't get anything done. That's the only reason we did it that way.
Right.
But there's nothing untoward. But where it becomes a
Can
problem...
you please, sorry, I know Advocate Ngube is getting to that. I just needed to understand, is it a criminal investigation or it's an inquiry?
It's a
and the difference between the two, you've clarified.
It's a criminal investigation. The one is, it's just got an inquiry number, and the other will have a case number when the investigation is finalized.
Thank you, Captain. Page 4 of your statement, the investigation. Paragraph 10, you can read there.
In June of 2022, after meeting with the Colonel Rulof and I met with Mr. Andrew Leask of AfriForum and Advocate Gerry Nel and Mr. Bateman. As an aside, Advocate Nel and Andrea Johnson worked together at the MPA at some point, and most notably on the prosecution of Oscar Pistorius. I can add there, at that time in 2011, Advocate Johnson also worked with us when we did the General Mgluli matter, the fraud and corruption matter, but later she withdrew from all activities on that investigation. Obviously because her husband is working for crime intelligence. Junaid Johnson.
Okay.
I have read Colonel Rulof's statement submitted to the Commission and confirmed that my recollection of the meeting is the same as his, as contained in his statement. In particular, I want to highlight that Mr. Barry Bateman told us that Advocate Johnson had requested the information, the Petley criminal complaint, from him. I note that in his statement that I obtained from Mr. Bateman on the 23rd of June 2026, he stated he does not have a recollection of the circumstances that led to him sending the information to Advocate Johnson. However, he can only infer that it was following a discussion and response to a request from Advocate Johnson. This, together with Mr. Bateman's recollection of a reluctance to provide a statement when same was requested in 2022, suggests to me that Mr. Bateman is aware that Advocate Johnson's request to him was not
innocuous. Yeah. Now, can I just ask you, at the time when you asked Mr. Bateman for his statement in June 2022, had he prepared something? Did he give an undertaking that he would prepare a statement? Why did it take 4 years to secure that statement?
We did have, Colonel Rulof did get a draft statement from Mr. Barry Bateman, but there was questions that we had relating to the events and how it occurred. And we wanted his downloads of of the cell phone. But when Advocate Johnson were informed by Advocate Batoy, and he received a call from Advocate Johnson, I think it was for that reason that we couldn't finalize his statement at that point in time.
But what do you mean by that? I mean, you're just leaving it hanging in the air. What do you mean that is the reason that it took so long to get the statement from him?
I can just say that what I think Mr. Bateman was doing was to see whether there is anything is going to happen with the investigation before finalizing his statement. Because if I was in his shoes and he's trusting the police, he is informing us of the information that he received or the request that he received. Now all of a sudden, the same person who he gives the information about is phoning him. I will also perhaps just wait until something will happen from the MPA side.
But he didn't express to you the reason why he was delaying with the statement?
Not at all.
Okay. And do you recall how many times you would follow up to get the statement from him?
Quite a few times, but I must say that Advocate Gerinel and Mr. Least assisted me a lot in this matter to get the statement finalized.
Okay. Then you can continue with your statement. At page 5, the top of page 5, you say, I would suggest the call Mr. Bateman received. That was where you were at, middle of that paragraph.
I would suggest that the call Mr. Bateman received from Advocate Johnson in September of 2022, which I deal with later, had played a part in him not finalizing his statement. We requested the statement from Mr. Bateman in June of 2022, but Mr. Bateman only provided the statement in June of 2026, 4 years after he was requested to submit the statement.
When he submits the statement now in June 2026, is it because you followed up on it or he volunteered it finally?
Sorry, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner. After I now received or I requested a prosecutor and there was a promise of a prosecutor, I then requested Mr. Gerinel and Andrew Lees again to assist me to get the statement done, because we need to give it to the prosecutor so they can have a picture of what transpired.
Okay, continue with your statement. I think it's paragraph 13.
In August of 2022, we received the statement from the Colonel setting out events of 4 July 2018. At this stage, Advocate Johnson was the head of IDAC, where I was placed, even though I was attached to the DPCI. We could not approach Advocate Johnson given the allegations of interference and defeating the ends of justice. At that stage, I had also obtained the assault and intimidation docket to establish whether the information of the Colonel was indeed the A1 statement, the J88 and audio file of the incident. I confirm that what the Colonel gave us matched the information contained in the docket. According to SAP's records, on 15 December 2021, the MPA informed the investigating officer that it would not prosecute the assault and intimidation case against General Khan. And on the 13th of January 22, the docket has been withdrawn.
Then on the next topic, if I could just ask you, it's Advocate Johnson's knowledge of the allegations against her, that you weren't personally involved in the meeting between Advocate Johnson and Colonel Rulof, sir, or his approach, Colonel Rulof's approach to General Labia, correct?
Correct. I was not personally involved. I didn't attend the meeting with Colonel Rulof, sir, with General Labia, commissioners.
And then, do you know whether General Labia did give the Colonel's affidavit to Advocate Batoy?
Commissioners, what I can say about this, because I recently interviewed General Labia, I asked him about the incident and whether he can remember any of such that happened. At that stage, General Labia couldn't remember, and he requested me to get his diary from his office, his old office, which I did. I saw that there was indeed a meeting on the 2nd of September 2022 with the NDPP, although there is no reference to what the meeting was all about.
Okay. And have you obtained the copy of the diary?
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I asked my office permission to share it with the Commission, and they never replied to me in an email.
Okay, and then at paragraph 15, this is you weren't involved in like I said, the meeting between Colonel Rulof and Advocate Johnson. But did Colonel Rulof tell you what transpired in that meeting?
I can confirm that Colonel Rulof was approached by Advocate Johnson and what transpired on that specific day.
And does what he says transpire accord with what he told you at the time? You heard his evidence. Does it?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Then if I could ask you to then read from paragraph 16 on page 7 of your statement.
Both Advocate Batoy and Advocate Johnson are well aware of the potential serious consequences of their conduct, which has the potential to compromise the investigation and place the safety of whistleblowers like the Colonel at risk. Had it not been for the Colonel's decision not to delete the email from Advocate Johnson to her and then to come forward with the information, we never would have known as a senior prosecutor and now the head of IDAC had furnished a suspect with the contents of a docket when he was not entitled to this information at that time.
You say at the beginning of that paragraph, both Advocate Batoy and Johnson are well aware of the serious consequences of their conduct. So you are saying Advocate Batoy discussing this matter with Advocate Johnson would have had consequences for the case. Can you just explain that?
Commissioner, yes, the very same thing that we are accusing or saying Advocate Johnson did by supplying a person of interest with a copy of a docket to prepare himself and to prepare himself to make a statement to tailor the evidence that is there in the case docket. It's exactly the same what Advocate Patoy did to Advocate Johnson at that time.
Yes. Maybe then, just to be clear, explain what you say in paragraph 14, right at the end. This is where you discuss the meeting of General Libya and the NDPP. And you say in the last sentence, I think it is likely that General Libya met Advocate Patoy on that day and gave a copy of the colonel's statement, which is what we expected him to do. Can you just explain that in your own words when you say General Libya was expected to give it? What would have been the purpose of him giving this to Advocate Patoy?
Commissioner, yes. The purpose of giving the statement a copy of the statement to Advocate Patoy was the sole purpose of that is so that Advocate Patoy can be in a position to see for herself and read for herself the statement and the implications of what Advocate Johnson did. It was not given to her with the purpose of sharing it with a person of interest. Definitely not. Commissioners.
Yeah, I mean, it seems there may have been, you give it to her for purposes of making the decision about appointing a prosecutor or for her to institute disciplinary action. Was that the second part? Was it ever in the contemplation when we gave it to her? In which case, it would explain why she would discuss it with Advocate Johnson.
Commissioner, at that point, we only wanted a prosecutor to see whether what is told to us is indeed so that we can get cell phone records and see if we can corroborate what the witness is talking about. That's the sole purpose of.
Thank you.
I want to, Captain, follow up from that. In paragraph 12 and 15 of your statement, so obviously you talk about the meeting between General Libya and Advocate Patoy on the 2nd of September. But then in paragraphs 12 and 15, you talk about Advocate Johnson speaking to Mr. Bateman after she is made aware of this whistleblower complaint or the statement. Now, my understanding is that once there is such a complaint, Mr. Bateman would be a witness or a potential witness.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Now, would it be proper for Advocate Johnson, when the complaint is against her, to be talking to witnesses and assuring them that they have nothing to worry about and this is not
sorry, Commissioner, that is where we are saying the interference came, Commissioner. Why will you, knowing that you are a person of interest, you know the witness, why will you now go and approach the witness? Are you trying to intimidate the witness? Are you trying to tell the witness the work is going to come there, tailor your evidence? We don't know. But it's improper for a person of interest, especially a senior prosecutor within the MPA, knowing the law, to approach a witness in this fashion.
And to even tell them that the Hawks might be coming to speak to you.
Correct, Commissioner. That's what I'm talking about, Commissioner.
Why did you have to wait for Mr. Bateman's statement, which you only received in June 2026? I do understand a statement from Mr. Bateman could have completed the picture, but if it was not forthcoming, why wait for it forever?
That's a good question, Commissioner. Like I said, after requesting the statement from Mr. Bateman in June 2022, and subsequent getting a call from Advocate Johnson, telling him, we know, don't worry, we are still friends. The work is going to come to you. what we understood was he became sick. I'm not sure whether that had direct impact on him becoming sick. I can only say, if I was in his shoes, I think I would have done the same thing. Because here, I'm trusting the police, I'm giving them the evidence. But now it goes back to the person of interest. And the person of interest, who is supposed to uphold the law, then phones the witness, trying to intimidate the same witness. I would also think, if I was in his shoes, I will wait till I'm approached again.
I'm not sure that that answers the question why you waited until 4 years later.
Why I waited, Commissioner?
Yes.
I had to...
The two of you as investigators up to the retirement of Colonel Rulof, say, and then you continuing until what a period of 4 years had elapsed, and at which point you did get Mr. Bateman's statement.
Commissioner, I think my biggest issue was that we didn't have a prosecutor at the time. Mm-hmm. And for me to go back to the witness and say, I want your statement, I must be in the position to tell him, yes, indeed, we have a prosecutor, we will proceed. I must try and convince him now again to give me that statement and trust us again. But what happened before that is, in my opinion, the reason why we were struggling to get the statement and only got it in this year.
All right. No, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Captain, I think that Commissioner Kumalo had referred you to paragraph 15 of your statement as well, which you, maybe if you can read that portion.
On the 7th of September 2022, Colonel Rulof had told me that Advocate Johnson approached him at work and they had a brief meeting in her office. According to Colonel Rulof, sir, Advocate Johnson told him that she saw Colonel's statement and mentioned that the Colonel's name, as well as the name of the officer who commissioned the Colonel's statement, Colonel Odendaal. He also told me that Advocate Johnson told him that Advocate Batoy had discussed the matter with Advocate Johnson and showed her the Colonel's statement. In other words, Advocate Batoy now revealed to Advocate Johnson that the Colonel had implicated Advocate Johnson in wrongdoing. I was disappointed with Advocate Johnson's conduct. Advocate Batoy's conduct. She had done for Advocate Johnson what Advocate Batoy did for Advocate Johnson, had it not been for General Khan.
No, just
in
read
other
that
words,
again, sorry.
Advocate Batoy is doing exactly the same as what Advocate Johnson did for General Khan. Colonel Rulof, sir, who told me that Advocate Johnson told him that she spoke to Mr. Bateman before meeting him with Colonel Rulof, sir, and that told Barry Bateman not to worry.
And then we were at 16, so maybe you can just then read from paragraph 17.
If Advocate Johnson was of the view that the conduct was proper, she would have sent the information directly to General Khan in her professional capacity as a senior prosecutor using a work email address. Advocate Johnson clearly understood that what she did was a contravention of her duties as a prosecutor who must act without fear, favor, and prejudice. In this instance, she clearly intended to favor General Khan so that he could have the benefit of the complainant statement and the contents of the docket when he prepared his warning statement, which he submitted on the same day that Advocate Johnson sent the information to the Colonel. Colonel also informed me of a discussion he had with Mr. Lees on the 5th or the 6th of September 2022 before he met with Advocate Johnson on the 7th of September 2022. Mr. Lees told Colonel Rulof sir that Mr. Bateman informed Advocate Nell about the conversation he had with Mr. Bateman. Sorry.
That he, Mr. Bateman, had with Advocate Johnson.
Correct. On the 5th of September 2022 regarding the Colonel's statement. I confirm that Colonel Rulof sir informed me of the WhatsApp conversation with Mr. Lees and that on the day when Advocate Johnson called Mr. Bateman about the Colonel's statement, Mr. Bateman had sent a series of WhatsApp messages to Advocate Gerry Nel setting out the conversation with Advocate Johnson on the 5th of September 2022.
Conclusion.
After Colonel Rulof retired at the end of January 2025, the docket was assigned to me. On the 23rd of June 2026, I finally obtained a statement from Mr. Bateman. My opinion of Mr. Bateman's statement is that he is trying to downplay the series of Advocate Johnson's conduct.
Seriousness.
The seriousness of Advocate Johnson's conduct by saying that he saw nothing unusual about sending the information to Advocate Johnson and that he had no reason to question her integrity or intentions. Be as it may, a prosecutor has now been assigned to the case. After Colonel Rulof retired, I was unable to secure a suitable prosecutor for the case to progress the matter insofar as Advocate Johnson is concerned.
What was the problem in that regard?
Excuse me?
What was the problem in that regard? You say after Colonel Rulof's retirement, you were unable to secure a suitable a suitable prosecutor. What was the difficulty?
Commissioner, I had to wait for Advocate Patoy to vacate a post before I could approach the MPA again for a prosecutor.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Why do you say that? Why do you say you had to wait for her?
Because of what happened to us in 2022 when Colonel Rulof approached General Labia to approach Advocate Patoy, and subsequent to that, Colonel or Advocate Johnson then spoke to our witnesses.
Okay.
Maybe you need to explain what was different this time. When you went to the NDPP in May this year, what was different to what happened in August 2022?
There was a new NDPP appointed at the MPA. That was the difference. We didn't have Advocate Patoy there anymore.
But did the new NDPP know that he has to appoint a prosecutor, or did you have to make representations to him?
We first had to approach him and explain to him about the investigation. In actual fact, after approaching the new NDPP was approached via other prosecutors, it was only yesterday that a meeting could take place between myself and some of the prosecutors at the MPA. And then only now there is movement on the matter. It was only yesterday afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Why was it necessary for the appointment of a prosecutor to be done at the level of the NDPP, Advocate Patoi?
To be honest,
There are, for example, there are directors of public prosecution, the DPPs. Could they not appoint a prosecutor?
Commissioner, the person that is involved in this matter,
Yes.
we were looking at her stature in the organization. Very senior, now the head of IDEC. Worked with all the prosecutors, or most of the prosecutors in Gauteng. The only way and the only reason we waited for the new NDPP is to get us someone that is not in this province, that doesn't know Advocate Johnson, or didn't work with her much to assist us with this prosecution. That's the only reason we...
Assuming that this happened at a time when there were still, 4 years or even more, in fact. And NDPP is there for 7 years. Let's say everything had happened, or rather the beginning of everything had happened when 7 years of Advocate Patoi's period was still to run. Would you have waited for 7 years?
To be quite honest, we were actually, we didn't know what to do at the time, Commissioner. And even after she left, our only hope was to see the new NDPP and to get a prosecutor to assist us to take this case forward.
I'm just trying, in my mind, I'm trying to think what makes someone that senior different. Let's say somebody that senior within the NPA had committed the offense of murder, for example. Wouldn't you just investigate that crime in the same manner you would investigate any other crime and take it to the relevant magistrates' court, for example, for the initial court processes, bail applications, first appearance, bail applications, and so on? And the prosecutor would be the prosecutor at that level. You don't need an NDPP to pronounce on that.
That's correct, Commissioner. But like I said, I was thinking of where Advocate Johnson was sitting. Excuse me, and the influence he have. We normally do investigations, take it to the local courts. But this one, we had to approach the NDPP's office to assist us with a prosecutor because of where she was sitting.
You are repeating what you have been saying throughout, and you are not addressing the analogy I'm drawing, just to understand your thinking. You are not addressing that.
Commissioner, I don't know what to answer.
Okay, all right.
The issue is simple for me.
Mm-hmm.
Approach any prosecutor at any court. They will go to Advocate Johnson and say, this docket is here. They will be influenced. Like she was influencing the witnesses. That same influence could have been practiced to these prosecutors if we had to approach any prosecutor at any of these local courts. It would have been the same result as what Advocate Patoi did with us giving the statement or informing Advocate Johnson about our investigation.
With the exception that there might be exceptions of prosecutors who might say, on my CV, I want to have on there that I prosecuted someone as senior as the head of IDEC. Anyway, you've made your responses. Thank you very much, Captain.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, Captain, I want to follow up on this discussion. Did Advocate Batoy refuse to appoint a prosecutor?
To be honest with you, Commissioner, we just never heard anything from Advocate General Libya or Advocate
Yes.
Batoy.
But did you ask for a meeting or make a follow-up? Because I don't want you living here with the suggestion that Advocate Batoy refused, and because she refused, you decided to wait until her term was finished, then you approached her successor and he agreed. So it's just not clear to me what happened after you correctly gave the docket or the inquiry to your Superior General Libya. He engaged with Advocate Batoy with a view to her appointing a prosecutor, but you never received feedback that she refuses to appoint a prosecutor.
That's correct, Commissioner. We never got any response from our office.
Yeah.
And because of, I don't want to say because of Colonel Rulof that was interacting with General Bia, you should have gone back. He informed me what transpired now with him going to General Bia going to Advocate Batoy. If Advocate Batoy wanted to give us a prosecutor, why will you then discuss the matter with a person of interest instead of just saying to General Bia, I'm going to give you this prosecutor from wherever, they will assist you with whatever you need. And then only when the investigation is done, bring it back to me and then we will make a decision.
But now you take over the inquiry from Colonel Rulof at the beginning of January. Advocate Batoy is still there. What stopped you from approaching her and say, please appoint a prosecutor? I'm now the investigating officer in this matter. What is your reason for waiting until she has left and then approaching her successor? It cannot be Mr. Bateman's statement because that only comes in late June. So in May already you had approached Advocate Mutibi. What stopped you from approaching Advocate Batoy when you became the investigating officer in January and asking her to appoint a prosecutor?
Commissioner, let me just go back to when we started in 2011. So in 2011, when we started with the General Mgludi investigation, we requested assistance from the MPA. We requested the police to assist us with declassifying documents. We waited 12 years. So with all these things that happened to us in the past, and knowing that Colonel Rulof was already approached General Bia, he already approached Advocate Batoy, I didn't see why a different response from Advocate Batoy to the one it was given to General Bia. No response. No prosecutor.
You don't know what that response was?
Yeah.
Because you never got feedback. So it can be correct to say you assumed that she will give the same response if you did not know what that response was.
The only response that I got is what Colonel Rulof said, what happened with him and Advocate Johnson. We never heard back from Advocate Batoy or General Bia.
Captain, you don't know if General Libya in fact asked Advocate Batoy to appoint a prosecutor?
When I had a discussion with General Bia, he said that is exactly what he did. What we requested, he requested from Advocate Batoy.
When did he say this to you?
In this year, a few weeks ago.
But he also doesn't recall having the meeting.
Correct.
But he
said, Advocate Lee, he said that if we requested from him to get a prosecutor, that is exactly what you would have done when you went to Advocate Batoy.
But he doesn't recall.
He doesn't recall.
Okay. Thank
But
you.
he also told me yesterday in a WhatsApp when I requested his statement and how far is he informed me that He's still drafting on his statement, but he's waiting for his counsel to settle the statement.
Thank you.
Assuming that Advocate Batoy showed the documents to Advocate Johnson in this manner, I see all this. What the hell is going on here? Would that have been wrong? I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm just putting that to you because all of us do not know what happened. And at this stage, one doesn't want us to leave this room with a negative impression about Advocate Batoy when we do not know what actually transpired. Would there have been anything wrong if that was what transpired?
If in this case, it was indeed like we were told that Advocate Johnson said to Colonel Rulof, sir, if it was indeed like that, and I don't have any reason not to believe what Colonel Rulof is saying, yes, then there's a lot wrong. Because how can I, as a head of a department, and I receive information of wrongdoing in my department of one of my senior staff members, I must address it. But the question is, what was asked from me? What must I do? The simple question that we ask, give us a prosecutor to investigate the matter so that we can put it to bed if there is nothing. If there is something, let's prosecute. That is what our request was. So yes, there was there's everything wrong with the conduct of Advocate Batoy.
Okay, maybe also the fact that nothing appears to have happened in the face of what Advocate Johnson had done in relation to the colonel now, the colonel who made the disclosure. I'm adding to what you are saying. I'm saying maybe one could add to what you are saying, the fact that nothing ever became of that, when on the face of it, that appears to have been improper.
Correct, Commissioner.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Commissioners. That's the evidence of this witness.
Thank you very much, Captain.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You are excused. And we adjourn to come back at 2 p.m.?
Yes, Chair, because the next witness is the in-camera witness, partial in-camera witness.
But we are going to be here.
Yes, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon, all. We are ready to start the afternoon session. It's 13:59. Please make sure that your devices are quiet. Thank you.
Do I now? Oh,
Yes, it's still me, Chair.
oh, it's still you. Oh.
Yes. Chair, the next witness is witness O, who who has been identified to us as the Colonel by the other two witnesses, and she will be giving evidence in partial camera. Witness O, are you there? Thank you. Chair, the witness will take the oath.
Good afternoon, witness O.
Afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. All protocol observed.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. I forgot you. Let's start, Mr. Gill.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sure you know what I almost did there. I almost said, please state your full names for the record.
Witness O, I just want to confirm that you have in front of you two files. The one contains your statement, which should be until page 6, and then the other is an exhibit bundle.
It's correct.
Okay. Do you confirm on page 6 of the statement that is your signature?
That's my signature.
And do you confirm the correctness of the statement at page 1 to 6?
I confirm the correctness thereof.
Okay. Witness O, we've been introduced to you by the other two witnesses as Colonel, so forgive us if we do refer to you as Colonel now and then. Could I ask you to start with your statement at paragraph 1, and as indicated, you don't need to say where you are currently deployed within SAPS.
Okay, thank you. I'm an adult female employed within the South African Police Service, formerly attached to the Crime Intelligence Division, and currently still employed in the SAPS with the rank of a colonel.
Continue.
Do I continue? Okay. The purpose of this statement is to inform the Commission of my personal involvement regarding an incident that occurred on 4 July 2018 involving Advocate Andrea Johnson and Major General Feroz Khan, and my subsequent disclosure of this incident to members of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, also known as the Hawks. At the time of the incident, I held the rank of a captain.
Okay, the next topic is the incident on 4 July 2018. Please proceed.
On 4 July 2018, I was working in my office when Major General Khan, who was attending a meeting in the main boardroom, entered my office on the ground floor near the boardroom and handed me his cell phone and requested me to give my personal email address to the person he was speaking to on the cell phone. He said the person's name is Andrea. On the other end of General Khan's phone was a female. The conversation was brief and I could not immediately place the voice of the female caller. The female caller asked for my private email address and told me that I should give the contents of the email to General Khan. I gave her my email address. She told me that once I have given the contents of the email to General Khan, I must delete the email. I thought it was strange and a strange request, but I obliged. At 12:46, I received the email from an email address with the name Andrea Johnson.
You don't have to read it into the record, the email address. And then could I just ask you, you say that the female caller asked you to give the contents of the email to General Khan. Did she say how you should do that? In other words, must it be, should you email it? Should you print it? How would General Khan get the contents of the email?
I cannot recall now the exact words or exactly what she said, but I printed the email and gave it to him. I placed it in a white envelope
Okay. Okay.
And what do you mean when you say you obliged?
I gave my personal email address to the caller.
All right, thank you. I thought you meant you deleted.
No, I did not delete the mail.
Okay.
Thank you.
So when you say in paragraph 4 that you obliged, you're referring to the request to provide the contents of the email to General Khan?
Yes, and to give my private email address to her, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then paragraph 5.
Okay, the subject header was Petley complaint. The following documents and audio file was attached to the email. Should I read it out?
No, you don't need to. We take note that it was photographs and an audio. We'll go to those documents just for you to confirm that that is indeed what was attached to the email. But before that, when you saw the subject header, Petley complaint, did you know what it related to?
Not at that stage. Only when I opened the files, I realized it related to an incident that occurred between Brigadier Petley and General Khan.
Perhaps just a minor issue. The documents, or rather you itemize them under 5.1 to 5.13 of your statement. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. And did you know a person known as Petley?
Yes, I knew Brigadier Petley. She was working under General Khan.
Okay. Then could I just ask you, you can continue with your...
Maybe before that, the person named Andrea that you ultimately speak to and eventually you're able to know who it is, before this telephone call, had you ever spoken to her?
Not personally, but I could not recall exactly when, but I did attend a meeting where she was also. And also I followed her on the TV when she covered the matter of Oscar Pistorius.
Okay, so you didn't have a personal relationship with her?
No, not a personal relationship.
Thank you.
Thank you. So can we then go to paragraph 6 of your statement?
The attachments consisted of 12 JPG photos and 1 audio file. The audio file is available if required. The above-mentioned material has been under my control since I received it on 4 July 2018. I did not delete the email. I realized that the person I had spoken to was Advocate Andrea Johnson, who was a senior prosecutor at the time and is currently head of the Independent Directorate of the National Prosecuting Authority, also known as IDAC. The attachments...
Sorry, Witness O, can I just ask you, why didn't you delete the email?
Well, I thought the request was strange. Why would you email something and then request to delete it? So I was thinking, I was cautious and I kept it.
When you say you realized that the person you had spoken to was Andrea Johnson, you realized this from the email itself?
From the email, yes. The email or her name appeared on the email.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You can proceed with paragraph 7.
The attachments to the email from Advocate Johnson originated from the Gmail address from Mr. Barry Bateman, known to me at that time as a journalist. Mr. Bateman sent the email to Advocate Johnson at 18:05 on 3 July 2018 with the same subject header. I assisted General Khan
Witness O, if you can, in the second file that you have, go to page 5, just to confirm. We have already dealt with it, but just for you to confirm for the record that this was the email.
I confirm that this is the email.
Are you on page 5?
On page 5, yes.
And you confirm that that was the email that you received from Advocate Andrea Johnson?
Yes, I see my private email address on top, so I confirm that this is the email I received.
And at the bottom of page 5 until page 8, actually page 10 I think it is, can you confirm that those were the attachments to the email?
I confirm that those are the attachments to the email.
And what were the attachments? The photos, what were they photographs of?
When I printed it, I realized that it seems like the contents of a docket. It looks like an A1 statement of Brigadier Petley.
Had you read the contents at the time?
No, I did not. No.
Okay.
In that page 5 email, you confirm because that because the email address is not shown, it's been redacted for good reason. But you confirm that the email address of Andrea Johnson is not an NPA or SAPS email address.
Yes, I confirm that it's a Gmail address.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You may continue.
I assisted General Khan by printing the contents of the email. There was nothing strange about this because at the time General Khan did not have his own support staff as yet, and I used to assist him with his administration together with another colleague of mine. What was strange was that the information was sent to my private email and I was instructed to delete the email thereafter. After I received the email from Advocate Johnson, I forwarded the email to my SAPS email address, printed the attachments, put the contents in a white envelope and gave it immediately to General Khan. Whilst I was printing the attachments, I realized that they were photos of the contents of a case docket and an audio file. I cannot remember whether I somehow gave the audio recording to General Khan.
Can I just ask you then if you could please go to page 8 of the bundle?
Okay.
And just to confirm that at the date there's an email from your Gmail account to another email address with your name, and is that the work email address?
At the time it was my work email address, yes.
Okay, and then the date and time is 4 July 2018 at 13:45.
No, it says 12:45.
12:45, my apologies, 12:45. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Can go back to your, if we can then go to page 9. That is again the attachments till page 11 of the email.
Okay.
And then back to your statement at paragraph 10.
The email contained photos of the A1 statement of Brigadier Petley, a female crime intelligence officer who had made a criminal complaint against General Khan for an incident that occurred on 26 June 2018 at the Crime Intelligence Office. She had accused General Khan of assault and intimidation. What I know now is that the audio file contained a recording of parts of the incident between General Khan and Brigadier Petley. I was aware of the alleged assault and intimidation incident because on the day of the incident, General Khan came to our office and told my colleague and me about it. My colleague assisted General Khan.
Sorry, Witness O, do you recall what he told you had occurred?
Yes, when he came to our office, he indicated, I cannot now exactly recall the words, but it came down to he has put her in her place. But the way he explained it, it was out of his character for me.
You say it was out of his character that the incident occurred?
Yes, and that he had this altercation with Brigadier Petley. I did not know him as a person that fights with other people.
Okay. Continue. Paragraph 11.
My colleague assisted General Khan with a draft of his statement in the alleged assault and intimidation matter. I know this because General Khan later came to me to commission the statement, which I did. I cannot remember whether my colleague and General Khan were already busy with the statement when I handed them the contents of Advocate Johnson's affidavit, but I know that they continued drafting the statement after I handed General Khan the white envelope.
Sorry,
I also
Witness
know
O,
that-
can we just make a correction there? When I handed him the contents of Advocate Johnson's email, not affidavit.
Okay, sorry, I'm making the correction. I will read the paragraph again. I cannot remember whether my colleague and General Khan were already busy with the statement when I handed him the contents of Advocate Johnson's email, but I know that they continued drafting the statement after I handed General Khan the white envelope. I also know that I commissioned the affidavit sometime after I handed General Khan the white envelope. I'm aware that it stated on General Khan's statement that it was commissioned at 12:30, but this is not correct. I only commissioned the affidavit after I handed the white envelope to General Khan, which would have handed to him shortly before 1 or at 1 o'clock at the latest. In support of this, I've looked at the properties information of the typed statement, and I noticed that the document was modified at 13:33.
Okay, Witness, so if you can just pause there. There's a few things to deal with in that paragraph. So if you go to page 116 of the bundle.
Okay.
And until 118, is that the statement that was prepared by General Khan on the 4th of July 2018?
I confirm it is, but not with this strikeout at the bottom here. I made a copy of this affidavit when I signed it or when I commissioned it for myself.
Okay.
On my copy, there's nothing striked out.
Okay, you're referring on page 118. You confirm that that is
Yes.
the affidavit, and you confirm that where it's the commission of oath, that is your signature.
I confirm that.
And what you're saying is that the time that is referred to there, where it says, I certify that the deponent has acknowledged that he knows and understands the contents of the statement which was sworn to before me, and he placed his signature in my presence in Pretoria on 2018-0704 at 12:30. That is an incorrect time, because
Yes.
you say it would have been later, based on
Yes.
on what you could see from when the properties of the document, which we will get to.
I confirm that. The time and date was already pre-typed when General Khan gave me the statement.
And this is important because of the time when Advocate Johnson sent the email to you. It was also after that, after 12:30.
Yes. I commissioned the statement after receiving the email.
Okay, and in support of that, you mentioned the properties of the document being the statement of General Khan, which we find on page 38 of the bundle. If you can go there.
I confirm this is the last document. Date modified 2018-07-04-1333.
Okay, so what you're saying is that it follows that you would have only commissioned his statement after 1:30.
Yes.
Can we go back?
Sorry, before you move on, at that page 118, the affidavit, the strikeout that you say was not there when you commissioned this, there are initials next to, I suppose, verifying or confirming the strikeout. Does any of that scribbling belong to you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We can go back to your statement.
Sometime later, the same day, I think, or a day later, General Khan gave the white envelope with the contents of Advocate Johnson's email back to me. I kept the envelope, and as stated above, I did not delete Advocate Johnson's email. I do not have one specific reason for keeping the envelope, and not deleting the email. The request just seemed suspicious, especially because Advocate Johnson asked for my personal email address and sent the email from her personal email address and asked me to delete the email thereafter. I kept the information and thought that if there was ever an investigation into the assault matter, that perhaps this would be relevant. But Brigadier Petley resigned sometime in 2020 and nothing became of the assault case. I was very fearful to volunteer information, especially given the environment at Crime Intelligence at the time. I was also aware that Advocate Johnson's husband, Colonel Junaid Johnson, worked at Crime Intelligence, and him and General Khan had worked closely together. A disclosure of this nature may have been detrimental to me. However, when Advocate Johnson was appointed the head of IDAC in early 2022, I started thinking about this incident again, and it troubled me all over again. At the time, members of the Hawks were placed at IDAC to investigate matters at Crime Intelligence. I approached them on condition that my identity would be protected. I informed them of the incident and that I prepared a statement setting out my recollection. I did so in August 2022. As far as I'm aware, the DPCI officers investigated the matter, but nothing has come of it.
Sorry, Witness O, just for confirmation, that statement of yours appears on page 1 to 4 of the bundle, if you can go to the exhibit bundle. Then the annexures thereafter, do you confirm?
1 to 4, sorry ma'am.
Page 1 to page 4 of the exhibit bundle. Page 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, I confirm this is my statement and my signature.
And this was the statement that you had submitted to the DPCI officers?
Yes, in 2022.
Okay, thank you. You can continue. Conclusion.
I'm confident that okay, thank you. I'm confident that the person I spoke to on General Khan's phone on 4 July was Advocate Johnson, and that she's the person who sent me the email, instructed me to give the contents of the email to General Khan and delete the email thereafter. I do not know if Advocate Johnson and General Khan have any connection other than the fact that General Khan and her husband work together. In January 2020, I was invited to General Khan's 50th birthday party where Advocate Johnson and Colonel Johnson were also in attendance. I do not know if Advocate Johnson denies that she told me to give the contents of the email to General Khan and delete the email thereafter, but if she does so deny, she would have to explain why would she send the email to me, a person that she does not know. I trust that my testimony will be of assistance to the Commission and its work.
Thank you, Witness O. Chair, that is the evidence of this witness.
Witness O, in paragraph 15, where you say after Advocate Johnson was appointed head of IDAC in 2022, you started thinking about this incident again, and it troubled you all over again. Can you just explain a bit what is it about that would have triggered that concern when she got appointed?
I think because she was appointed to an important post, it concerned me, because if this was above board, she would have sent it at the time from her official email to my official email, and that for me was suspicious.
And did General Khan give you any explanation when he said you speak to her on the phone, why the email was being sent to you?
No, he did not give me an explanation.
Before and after?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Colonel. You are excused.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioners.
Chair, we just need a short stand down to get Witness N ready.
Let's adjourn, we'll hear from you.
We are ready to resume. Please make sure that your devices are off. Thank you.
Are our laptops supposed to be like that?
Chair, we've tested the connectivity and the audio with respect to the next witness, and it's clear.
Okay, maybe let's go on then.
But does it mean the witness doesn't have sight of us?
Yeah.
Chairperson, it seems Mr. Michaels is attempting to get visual for the witness.
Shouldn't we just maybe 2 or 3 minutes? We'll hear from you when this is sorted out.
Indeed so. Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Witness N. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
November, thank you.
Thank you.
Is Commissioner Barroy's screen going to be off?
Yes, it's off on my side.
Please mute yourself, witness N.
All right, take two. Let's begin.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mhlasari.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and Commissioners. We apologize for the mishap. The next witness is witness N, who's indicated that she will be taking the oath.
Good afternoon, witness N.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Witness N, I would like to start off by confirming that you should have two white files in front of you. The one file should contain your witness statement as well as annexures, and there should be another larger file which contains the exhibit bundle. Do you confirm?
I confirm, Advocate.
Thank you. If I ask you to put the exhibit bundle aside, we will be working largely from the file containing your witness statement and annexures. Are you with it? Do you have that file nearby?
I do.
Thank you. The first 8 pages of that file contain your witness statement. Please confirm that that is your statement as prepared for purposes of your testimony before the Commission.
That is correct. I do confirm.
And you stand by its contents and affirm them to be true?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And if you turn to the last page of your witness statement on page 8, do you confirm that the signature that appears there on page 8 is yours?
I confirm it's my signature.
Thank you. Witness N, I would invite you to turn to page 1 of your witness statement. Under the heading of introduction.
I'm there.
Thank you. You can start by, I'll invite you to read your statement, and at various points we'll ask you questions for clarification where necessary. But you could please start at paragraph 1.
Okay. I am an adult female employed by the South African Police Service as a detective. I hold the rank of a sergeant, and I am a member of the political killing SARS team, deployed to the Eastern Cape province to investigate matters relating to the University of Fort Hare. In addition to my assignment to the PKTT, I am a detective in the KZN Anti-Corruption Unit, and my duties in this role include gathering comprehensive and complete evidence at the scene of crime and during the investigation of case dockets, gathering information and compiling of case dockets, maintaining and ensuring case docket management, recruiting and maintaining sources.
Thank you. Witness N, just to clarify with respect to paragraph 3, the duties you set out there, are they duties, general duties in your role as a detective, or are they specific to your assignment to the current task team you are a member of?
They are general duties to a detective, but they do summarize the mandate of the corruption unit.
As well
the
as
anti-corruption unit.
As well as your current assignment?
That is correct.
Thank you. Can I invite you to turn to page 2 of your witness statement, and you can continue under the heading of overview, please.
In the course of my work, I am sometimes approached by the members of law enforcement, informers, and members of the public who want to report suspected criminal activity or otherwise disclose potentially unlawful conduct. I would then meet with these individuals, consider the information that they are sharing, and discuss with my superiors what steps I should take in relation to the information that I received. Towards the end of 2025, I received information concerning alleged criminal conduct on the part of Mr. Sunil Belachan, a senior investigator at the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, which is known as IDEC.
Please continue.
The information contained in this statement remains under investigation, and I bring it forward in order to assist the Commission and for the Commission to determine whether it necessitates further direction by the Commission.
Thank you. Yes, please continue to paragraph 7 under the heading Engagement with the Complainant.
Paragraph 7 reads as follows. In December 2025, I was conducting investigations in the Eastern Cape when I was contacted by Mr. Neil. Mr. Neil was a director in the Department of Community Safety in the Eastern Cape. He was responsible for community police relations and is known to me as we had previously worked together on some criminal matters. Mr. Neil explained that he has been approached by a Mr. Asif Habib Muhammad, who is a Pakistan national. If I may add there, he has an RSA identity document, who complained that he, along with other Pakistani shop owners, were being extorted by a law enforcement officer. Mr. Neil further informed me that Mr. Asif Muhammad had been assaulted by the same law enforcement official earlier in 2025, and that despite laying a criminal complaint, Mr. Asif Muhammad had not been assisted. I agreed to sit down and talk to Mr. Asif Muhammad. In December 2025, an initial meeting was held between Mr. Neil, Mr. Asif Muhammad, members of the Tactical Response Team, and I. At that meeting, Mr. Asif Muhammad informed me that he had been assaulted by his landlord, which is Mr. Sunil Belachan, on the 27th of September 2025. He explained that his landlord was a law enforcement officer and a member of IDEC. He said that during the assault, Mr. Belachan had punched him, leaving him with a bloody nose, loose teeth, and torn clothes. He provided a photograph he had taken of himself, displaying the injuries he said had been caused by the assault. This photograph is attached as X1.
Thank you, Witness N. I'll just place on record that Annexure X1 appears on page 1 of your Annexure bundle. We won't flight that visual, but just for you to confirm that that is the image that was provided to you. Page 1 of your annexures.
Indeed, it is, Commissioners.
And perhaps for completion, can I inquire why in paragraph 10 that initial meeting was attended by members of Tactical Response Team as well?
Commissioners, because I am always accompanied by members of combat, which happened to be the Tactical Response Team on the day.
Thank you, Witness N. You are at paragraph 11 on page 3.
Paragraph 11, Mr. Asif Muhammad explained that on the same day of his assault, he went to the East London police station and laid a criminal charge against Mr. Belachan for assault with the intent to cause grievous bodily harm. He further explained that on the same day, he received a telephone call from someone who said that they are calling from the East London police station. While he was still speaking to that person, Mr. Belachan could be heard shouting that Mr. Asif Muhammad must come back to the police station and that my police will deal with you. That is quoted from what he actually said.
Thank you, witness N. Please proceed.
Paragraph 13. Mr. Asif Muhammad shared that later that day he received an SMS from Mr. Belachin informing him that a case of fraud in the amount of 400,000 rands had been opened against him by Mr. Belachin. Mr. Asif Muhammad explained to me that he had lived at a property belonging to Mr. Belachin, believing that he would be safe living at a property belonging to a policeman. Instead, he was further subjected to more demands for money and that he witnessed the delivery of suspicious goods to the property, such as televisions, etc. I then cautioned Mr. Asif Muhammad that the information he was providing with regards to an official had to be verified. Upon being presented with this information, I elected to go to the East London police station and ask the branch commander to uplift the dockets. In the usual course, if a member of the public approaches me with such information, I would either advise them to go to the police station and report the crime, or I would commence a preliminary investigation myself. In this case, however, Mr. Asif Muhammad had already laid a complaint, and he informed me that since opening the case in September, he had never been contacted by a member of the SAPS. I then decided to approach the branch commander for the East London police station and explain the situation to him. He gave me permission to uplift the dockets and make copies. I in turn undertook to update the branch commander in the event that my investigation yielded any developments. When I turn over to the paginated 5, I took it upon myself to make further inquiries as the matter involved possible police corruption, which I am empowered to investigate. This gives a member of the public an anonymous route to report information about potentially criminal conduct by a police officer, staff member, or volunteer.
Witness N. Witness N.
Pardon?
When you say in paragraph 19 that you took it upon yourself to make further inquiries, and you say at the end of the sentence, that this is something which you are empowered to investigate. Please expand on that and explain what you mean by empowered to investigate.
When I say empowered to investigate, commissioners, I mean that since I am in the anti-corruption unit, we look into the abuse of entrusted power or authority for personal, financial, or potential gain, and also that corruption undermines the rule of law and erodes public trust in institutions. I am under anti-corruption, and a police officer, so I am empowered to do so.
Okay, please proceed. You are at paragraph 20 on page 5.
I also took steps to verify the information that I received from Mr. Asif. In particular, I contacted a law enforcement who I was informed had resided in the same property belonging to Mr. Belachin. I spoke to him in order to seek further information about the property and left my contact details with him. On the 22nd of December 2025, I was contacted by Mr. Belachin via a WhatsApp call and text making me to understand who he was. The WhatsApp texts are attached as X11. He communicated with me using the number.
You don't need to read the number, that's right, yes. You can continue with the sentence.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Which is the same number that Mr. Asif Muhammad has registered as Sonil.bro on his phone.
And before we witness in, before we go to the annexure that you reference in paragraph 21, please explain to the commission why you received a phone call on the 22nd of December from Mr. Belachin. Why did he telephone you?
Remember, commissioners, I had proceeded to the law enforcement officer above on paragraph 20. So when I left, I had left my details with him. And I believe Sunil might have been contacted by the individual, and then he took it upon himself to confirm or to inform me of what he did.
Thank you. And if I could ask you to go to page 2 of your annexure bundle, page 2, that is annexure X 1.1.
X 1.1, I'm there.
Yes, and please describe what is that image we are looking at there?
It is an extract of a WhatsApp communication between Sunil Belachan and myself.
And you confirm that there is a telephone number right underneath that name?
That is correct.
Correct. Could I then ask you to turn to page 55 of your annexure bundle, page 55? That's under annexure X7, which we will get to later, but please go to page 55.
I'm there, Commissioners.
Thank you. And so when you say in your paragraph 21 that he communicated with me using the same number, which is the number that Mr. Asif Mohammed has registered as Sunil Bro on his phone, are you referring to the image
Yes, Commissioners.
on page 55?
This image is that of Mr. Asif, and this is how he has saved Mr. Sunil Belacham, and it is the same number that also refers to the same number that I saved differently, though.
Thank you, Witness N. You can then proceed to paragraph 22, please.
I thereafter managed to obtain both dockets. The assault case where Mr. Asif Mohammed is the complainant is registered as per East London CAS 436 of 9/2025 and is attached as X2. The fraud docket where Mr. Belachan is the complainant is registered as East London CAS 433 of 9/2025 and it is attached as X3.
Proceed to paragraph
Upon
23.
Upon obtaining the dockets and considering the contents, I noted that the assault docket was closed as undetected. Commissioners, if you may just note, it says that just a week later, but I have amended to say just 2 weeks later because it's not the 3rd. In fact, it's the 9th of October 2025 that the docket was filed undetected.
And for further clarification then, could you go to page 4 of your annexure bundle? That's annexure
Yes,
X2, correct?
That's correct.
Correct. And that is the East London CAS 436, which you are referring to. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
That's the assault docket where Mr. Mohammed is the complainant.
That is correct, Commissioners,
And-
of which at the bottom left is the stamp dated the 9th of October 2025.
And the stamp is what reads as undetected, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Ms. O, on that same page, in the middle, it seems to record the nature and description of offense. You see where I'm reading, where I'm looking?
I do, Commissioner, yes.
Yeah. What is that? What does it say?
The nature and description of the offense is abbreviated ASSGBH, which refers to assault with grievous bodily harm.
With intent to do grievous bodily harm.
Pardon, thank you, Chairperson, with intent to cause grievous bodily harm, yes.
Thank you, Witness N. While still on page 4, would you please read You've just described to the commissioners what the nature and description of the offence is. Do you see the column right on the right of that, titled Crime Code?
That is correct.
And the column immediately to the right of that, titled Nature of Property/Injuries?
Yes, Commissioners.
Could you read what is filled out underneath there, please?
It is written loose teeth and bleeding nose.
Thank you, Witness N. You are now at paragraph 24 of your statement on page 6.
Yes, Commissioners. I met with Mr. Asif Mohammed and updated him on these developments. He was disappointed with the outcome and shared more information with me about the background of his relationship with Mr. Billichen, with the hope that he could still seek justice. In January 2026, he prepared a statement which I attach as X4.
You can proceed.
The upshot of this statement.
Please proceed, Witness.
The upshot of this statement is that he arrived in South Africa in 1998 as an undocumented immigrant from Pakistan. In order to survive, he started a small shop and where he sold wares in East London along with other Pakistani nationals. Sometime during the year 2000, he was pulled over by Mr. Billichen for driving without a license. Mr. Billichen demanded a bribe from him and he paid it. A few months thereafter, Mr. Billichen began extorting money from Mr. Asif Mohammed as well as other Pakistani shopkeepers in the area. Mr. Billichen did so because he knew that many of them were undocumented immigrants or that they were operating businesses without permits. They paid him so as not to be raided by the police. He had borrowed money from Mr. Billichen at exorbitant rates, and even after paying Mr. Billichen back, Mr. Billichen continued to demand more money from him. He also explained that Mr. Billichen participated in unlawful activities, such as selling counterfeit cigarettes, and that Mr. Billichen had assisted some Pakistani nationals to obtain fraudulent South African identity documents in exchange for money.
Witness in.
Pardon?
Witness in.
Yes, okay.
Yes, you reference Annexure X4 in paragraph 25.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Could you turn to page 27 then of your annexure bundle?
Yes, I'm there.
And please confirm that that is the affidavit of Mr. Asif Mohammed, whose contents you refer to in paragraph 26.
Affirmative, Commissioners. This is the affidavit.
Thank you.
May I proceed with the statement?
Yes, Witness N, you are now on page 7, paragraph 27.
Mr. Asif Mohammed further shared with me that Mr. Billichen routinely exploited other Pakistani nationals who were desperate for money. He introduced me to two of his acquaintances who provided statements in support of this. I'm not going to read the name.
Yes, please do not read the name, and we've redacted those, but please just continue with the content of your statement there.
Okay. The particular individual prepared a statement where he shared details that he borrowed 20,000 Rand from Mr. Billichen at interest of 3,000 Rand per week. Mr. Explained that he gave his car to Mr. Billichen to keep until he repaid the loan. When the guy was unable to repay the loan, he contacted Mr. Billichen, requesting the car back so that he can sell it and repay him. But Mr. Billichen refused and instead sold the car himself and kept all the money. His statement is attached as X5.
Can I ask you at that juncture, witness N, to please go to Annexure X5? It is on page 30 of your annexure bundle. Page 30.
Yes, that is the statement.
And can you confirm? Thank you.
Confirmed. Another individual prepared a statement confirming the above account of the guy who sold the vehicle, who gave the vehicle back, and his statement is attached as X6.
Please turn to page 32 of your annexure bundle and confirm that that is the statement you are referencing in paragraph 27.2.
I do confirm that is the statement.
Please proceed, witness N.
In that same engagement, Mr. Asif Muhammad explained to me that he fears for his life as Mr. Belochan regularly demands money from him and that he has received WhatsApp text from Mr. Belochan asking him to pay his money back or else he will kill him.
And witness N, what did you understand as with reference to the statement that Mr. Belochan regularly demands money from him? Why was money being demanded from Mr. Asif Muhammad?
I understood this to be some kind of a protection fee, Commissioners, that Mr. Belochan was extorting from this individual.
And your basis for that understanding stems from?
It stems from the provided bank statement from the victim, which depicts regular payments, weekly or 2 days apart or 3 days apart of exorbitant amounts.
Witness N, perhaps before we go to those bank statements, in the paragraph immediately thereafter, in paragraph 29, you deal with the issue of the WhatsApp conversations. Perhaps address that paragraph and then let's continue from there, please.
He shared a printout of the WhatsApp conversation, which I attached as X7. A reading of the messages reveals a pattern of Mr. Belochan repeatedly demanding money from Mr. Asif Muhammad, and threats to him are highlighted. He also provided bank extracts.
Witness N, before we get to paragraph 30, you reference annexure X7 in paragraph 29. You see that?
X7, yes, I do.
Could I ask you to go to page 33 of your annexure bundle, page 33?
Yes, I'm there, Commissioners.
And where did you source this document?
It was Mr. Asif Muhammad himself who gave me this printout.
Thank you.
From his cell phone and the conversations between himself and Sunil.
And witness, and this document is quite a voluminous document, but in certain places, certain aspects of the document have been highlighted. I'll take you, for example, to page 46.
Yes. Where it says, "I will kill you."
The pink highlight on page 46.
That is correct.
Do you see the date there? Could you read the date and the time?
The date is the 21st of August, 2025 at 17:25.
And the sender of the message is?
It is written Sunil.brew.
And this is the individual who, the screenshot that you referred to earlier on page 55?
That is correct.
And in your witness statement, you indicate that this is an extract provided to you by Mr. Asif Muhammad of his WhatsApp chats with Mr. Belochan. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And who presented this highlight in the texts? Who made these markings in the WhatsApp chats?
when Asif pointed out, I then highlighted as he pointed out because I did ask him to show me when exactly and where does he state certain averments were made.
And so if in your reference in paragraph 29 to saying that there was regular demands of money and threats to him are highlighted, those are the highlights you refer to here.
Yes, Commissioner.
So if we turn to page 49, for example, page 49 of your annexure bundle.
49. Yes.
There is a highlight there in the middle of the page.
I see that, which is the 11th of September 2025.
And please read what the message says and who is the sender according to your understanding.
The message is written at 1623 by Sunil Brew, and it says, "My people are looking for you."
Thank you, Witness N. There are numerous continuations of the highlights that you've indicated you made. And when you were presented with the extract of this communication, what did Mr. Asif Mohammed say the purpose was? What did he intend to show you by providing these WhatsApp chats to you?
He wanted to prove that the reason for him to fear for his life by the threats made by an enforcement law officer, and that he claims to be killing him, with the threats amounting with it escalated towards the violence that was promised to him.
And on that score, could you turn to page 53 of that Annexure X7, page 53?
I'm there.
And do you see the highlighted text on page 53?
I do, yes.
Could you read the first highlighted text into the record?
The first is on the 26th of September 2025 at 11:24. Sunil Bro text, "Dies, comma, your crook bastard."
And the next highlight?
The next highlight, it's still on the 26th of September 2025 at 11:32, where Sunil Bro text, "You must die in the streets. You are rotten. Muslim bastard. God knows you are a crook. You a crook. That's why you suffer. You," I don't know, I cannot.
Thank you, Witness N. Thank you. And that date of the 26th of September 2025, that date is one day before the assault that Mr. Asif relayed to you he was the victim of. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, before both cases were opened, including the fraud that was opened by Sunil.
Witness N, you are now, let's go back to your witness statement. At the bottom of page 7, you deal with the issue of the bank statements at paragraph 30.
He also provided bank extracts showing the transaction between himself and Mr. Billichen, and I attached this as X8.
Could we please go to Annexure X8 in your Annexure bundle? It starts on page 56.
Yes, I am there.
Could I ask you to explain how you sourced this document and what it is?
Mr. Asif Mohammed explained that he has a Capitec account, of which he gave the account number, and when I asked him for the transactions, he then brought along this printout, which is from his bank app.
And so if we turn to page 57 of Annexure X8. Could you explain what that is? At the top of the page is a blue box. Could you read the content of that? It says pay
57,
beneficiary.
Commissioners,
Yes.
depicts the account number that Asif stated to be of Sunil Beluchan business account for Nedbank.
And how would one interpret the figures below there?
There's a total which is written on top, and he states that is the transaction he made to that account, which amount to 203,099 rands, 0.88 cents.
And the entries beneath that?
Those are the transactions that are made with those dates.
And witness N, if we turn over to page 58.
Yes, Commissioners.
And please explain what is the content of that blue box at the top of the page, as well as the information beneath that.
That blue box, Commissioners, depict the account of Sunil Beluchan, which is his normal account, that was given to Asif Muhammad by him. So he had two different accounts, one business account and this one, but both of them are Nedbank.
And the transactions beneath that?
And below that, the total of the transactions made is 84,000 rand, 300.
And witness N, the bank statements provided are also quite comprehensive. I won't take you through all of them. I'll ask you to draw some observations based on the entries themselves. If I ask you if you could please turn to page 61 of Annexure 8.
61, yes. I am there.
Do you see that there are certain markings on the page?
That is correct.
Could you please explain to the Commission what those markings indicate, what relevance they have?
As he submitted this bank extract, I wanted to understand where and how will I identify the transactions that he was talking about. And as he pointed out, I would tick some of those transactions that he mentioned.
And so am I correct in saying that the bank statement was presented to you by Mr. Asif Muhammad?
That is correct.
He then pointed out certain transactions to you relating to deposits made in favor of Mr. Beluchan.
That is correct.
And the markings we see on the statement are markings by you based on the conversation with Mr. Asif Muhammad.
That's correct, Commissioners. Some are highlighted and some are just marked by a pen.
And witness N, having been placed in possession of the WhatsApps and the bank statements, what complaint or what was Mr. Asif Muhammad communicating? What point was he making to you by providing you with the WhatsApp extracts as well as the bank transactions?
He was explaining the kind of abuse that he is faced, as well as the extortion. So with me asking for the proof for him to submit in order to gather the evidence, this was indeed concluded to amount to criminal activities.
And perhaps for clarification, what did you understand the purpose of these payments to have been? You've taken us through them in some detail and provided the statements in their totality. But what did Mr. Asif Muhammad tell you was the purpose of these payments?
Some commissioners of the payments are that of rent, and then the other transactions are that when he says he had borrowed a certain amount of money from Mr. Sunil Beluchan, and he would charge an interest. But the interest here shows to have been paid exorbitantly. It does not amount or equate to, if you do the calculation, it becomes more than that. So I drew an inference to say this could have been protection fees because of what he narrated to me.
So if in certain parts of what Mr. Mohammed told you, he acknowledged that he paid rent to Mr. Beluchan, and in certain instances he borrowed money from you, was an exercise done in order to attempt to determine what exactly, which transactions specifically he claims were with reference to the payment of so-called protection fees, as you say?
Not entirely, Commissioners, because there are no contract details. So with just these amounts appearing, it can only be deducted with the bare information that is in front of us. But it would need a proper investigation into the matter to subpoena the bank for the actual bank accounts in order to be able to calculate and be able to do a proper analysis.
Okay, witness in, that is the conclusion of paragraph 7, page 7. Could I ask you to...
Maybe before you move off the WhatsApps, witness, I just want to get your overall view of what was going on, the nature of the relationship between the complainant and Mr. Beluchan. Now, the WhatsApp texts that you have here in the transcript, and I'm going to pick paragraphs quite randomly and then ask you a question. If you turn to page 35, I want to start there, but I'm being random. There's a lot of this throughout this document, but I'm going to read and then propose to you what it looks like and get your comment. So at paragraph 35, this is on the, is it 0708-2025 at 10:11.
Yes, Commissioner Bale, I'm there.
Okay, so there Sunil Bruce says, I'm in so much that you won't believe. I'm so sick from stress. I can fall. I didn't eat whole day yesterday and today from stress. That's the one. And then go to page 36. At 0708-25, 1857. Sunil Bruce says, I downloaded all the messages. You are making me a fool and a liar. My name is rotten because of you. My account is so bad, no one in my family even wants to borrow me money because you never paid them back. Everyone doesn't call me or Zaira because of you. I sold my mother's jewelry because of you. And then in the same page, you go towards the bottom, 0708-2025, 1917. You see where I am?
I do see.
Sunil Bruce,
yes,
says, what about Enzo and Leon? You worried about you. What about me? Tomorrow, if I don't get the 25K to pay them, I'll make sure I will F up everyone that F'd up my life. And then the next page, I'm going to read for you. You don't have to keep up with me, but I just want to, it makes my point. The next page at page 37, 0808-25, 1414, every promise you make, I tell Enzo and Leon, now they're telling everyone I'm a crook and running away with their money. And maybe I can stop there. There's a lot of the same thing as the one that I've just read now. Now, it seems to suggest that Mr. Beluchan may, firstly, they have a relationship where they are lending money to each other with the complainant, one, but two, that in fact Mr. Beluchan is also getting money from other people, so sort of like a money lending scheme that involves other people such as Enzo and Leon that is complaining that they think is running away with their money. In your investigation, if you have already gotten to that point, what's your overall impression of what Mr. Beloshan is involved with?
Commissioner Baloyi, yet I have not gone through to those people, but my conclusion to this kind of relationship was that it's not a proper relationship, because it's either they are loan sharks or there is this kind of protection fee, as I've stated before, because there is this lending of money to and fro. And then when the payment comes back, it does not come necessarily to that amount that was borrowed.
Yes.
So it's a scheme, kind of, if I can explain it that way.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness N, perhaps to tie up this point, could I ask you to go to page 27 of your annexure bundle, page 27.
Commissioners, I'm there.
That's annexure X4.
Correct.
And this is the affidavit you referenced earlier as being made by Mr. Asif Mohammed. Could I ask you to turn to paragraph 3 there, please?
Yes, I'm there.
Could you read paragraph 3?
In the year 2014, he was suspended from work.
Just hold on for me,
He then
please. Just hold on. Could I ask you to start at paragraph 2?
Okay. After 4 to 5 months, he approached to raid my shop.
I apologize,
and
witness N. Could you start at paragraph 2?
It
starts with I was stopped. Yes, please.
Oh, okay. I was stopped by an Indian police officer stationed at Duncan Village.
Sir, paragraph 2 of... thank you.
Commissioner Baloyi, we're on page 27. Thank you. Annexure X4. Paragraph 2, you can continue, witness N.
I was stopped by an Indian police officer stationed at Duncan Village at the time by the name Sunil Belochan back in the year 2000. When I was driving without a license, he asked me to give him 100 rands, and I did. After 4 to 5 months, he approached to raid my shop and asked for 500 rands, and I made a plan and gave him. He would do the same to all my neighboring shops and ask me to tell my friends to make a plan, and I did. He therefore never arrested us. This went on for some years.
Thank you, witness N. Thank you, witness N. You indicated in paragraph 8 that when Mr. Mohammed was introduced to you, the complaint was that he, along with several other Pakistani shop owners, were being extorted. Having listened to what you read in paragraphs 2 and 3, have you come to a point in your investigation where you've determined or in the process of determining whether the complaint made by Mr. Asif Mohammed is limited to him or whether there are other shop owners who have a similar complaint to him?
No, Commissioners, it is beyond Asif Mohammed coming forth. It's a big, there's other exploited foreigners.
And how would you know that? Have you interviewed them? Have they approached you? What's the basis for saying that there are other shop owners in the position of Mr. Asif Mohammed?
Beside just the two that submitted their statements, there is, unfortunately, Commissioners, it did not make it to my statement, but I do undertake to provide the Commission should a need arise. There is an article dated 2014, December 30, from the Daily Dispatch, whereby Mr. Belochan was arrested on a sting operation by the DPCI officers for the very same conduct, whereby he was soliciting 30,000 rand from his father's shop owner, who only raised 27,000 rand, and promised to pay him the outstanding amount of 3,000 rand on a Saturday, which is then the day that he was apprehended when that 3,000 rand transaction took place.
But you confirm that that article that you're referencing is not part of your statement at present?
No, it's not part of the article.
And you provide that to us?
That is correct, Commissioners, yes.
Thank you. And witness N, you had just dealt with paragraph 30 of your statement, which then brings you to paragraph 31 on page 8.
Yes, Commissioners. Mr. Asif Muhammad remained quite adamant that he wanted some assistance. In particular, he asked me as a law enforcement officer, how can a person who is a wanted suspect with a J50 warrant of arrest work for an organization such as IDEC? I asked him what was he talking about, and he then showed me an article displaying that a warrant for arrest was issued for Mr. Bellichan, which was as per Pretoria West CAS 97 of 5/2021, which I attached the article as X9.
Witness N, please then turn to Annexure X9, that is on page 115 of your Annexure bundle. Annexure X9.
Page
115.
115. Correct, I'm there, Commissioners.
And is that the article that you are referring to in paragraph 31?
Indeed, this is the article.
Ms. Otasari, maybe you look at page 116. It looks like that's where it starts, if it is the same document.
Witness
Yes, Commissioner.
N, yes, please. Could you please turn the page over to 116?
Yes, Commissioner Bale, I am there, 116.
Could you read the heading of that picture of the document laying there?
The heading states IDEC appoints a wanted suspect.
And if you look at the bottom of the page, do you see that last paragraph there?
Yes, I do.
And if you flip the page to page 117,
Yes.
could you explain if this is one news article or two?
No, it's one.
And which page does it begin on?
It begins on the second page, 116, as Commissioner Baloy stated, because on top it says the person who published it and the days, and then the second page is supposed to be 115 and the last page be 117.
The second page is 115,
Correct.
even though it
The
has
last page.
a heading on the top.
That's correct. This is how the victim had brought it to me, so that is why I concluded it's one article, Commissioners. I may stand to be corrected.
But on a reading now of page 115, in light of the boldness of the heading there, do you see the heading on page 115?
Oh, yes, pardon me for that. It reads two different headings. The other on 115 reads the heading of corruption allegations prompt parliamentary inquiry focused towards some IDEC officials.
And the heading on page 116 reads?
The heading on 116 reads IDEC appoints a wanted suspect.
Can we focus on page 116? Because it deals with the contents of your paragraph 31.
Yes, Commissioner, I'm there.
Are you able to give the date of that article?
The date of the article is, it says, published 2 days ago, 19 July 2025.
And the first paragraph there starts in a startling revelation?
Yes, that is correct.
Please read that.
In a startling revelation, the Investigations Directorate Against Corruption, which is IDEC, has appointed Sunil Bellichan as a senior investigating officer despite him having a warrant for his arrest for alleged fraud. The circumstances surrounding his disappointment raised serious concerns regarding accountability and transparency within the entity.
Could I ask you to read the following paragraph that starts the case against?
The case against Billichin was opened by a former police officer, James Ramanjalam. I cannot pronounce that, pardon me.
Please continue.
Who opened a case, a docket of fraud at Pretoria West, CAS 97 of 5/2021. Following the lodging of the complaint, a warrant for Billichin's arrest was issued, yet he remains at large, further complicating the trust vested in IDEC and the South African Police Services.
We can note the contents of the paragraph immediately thereafter, but could I please ask you to read the final paragraph on page 116?
Says, according to a sworn statement from Investigating Officer David Mashaba,
Continue.
his attempts to arrest Billichin were thwarted by fraud and money laundering charges in 2018 and lodged a complaint in 2020.
It looks as if the page immediately thereafter doesn't follow the sequence of this article. Could
I note that, Commissioner.
From here?
Mr. said it looks
Does
like...
it not? Does it not?
Start at 115. Go back to
I'm saying 117, is it not a continuation from 116? It seems to read well or not? Not well, not at all.
It looks like we have two different articles and both of them are incomplete.
That might be the case, Commissioner Kumalo, yes.
Because 117 could belong to either, but it doesn't follow. You know, when you read 115 separately, 117 looks like it's out of context. And it's the same with 116.
Agreed. I agree with that, Commissioner Kumalo. Perhaps the point being made, Witness N, is that you were provided with an article by Mr. Asif Mohammed. That's what you say in paragraph 31, correct?
That is correct.
And the article, according to your paragraph 31, makes reference to a Pretoria West CAS 97 of 05/2021.
Yes.
There you go. Have you had regard to that docket?
I just recently had sight of it, Commissioners.
And so what you attach at X9 is what you were provided by Mr. Mohammed, is that correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
115
And
and 117.
Chairperson, we can confirm that the docket referred to in paragraph 31 was obtained by the Commission and it is included in the exhibit bundle in its totality. The witness indicated that she only recently had come to be in possession of it and it was secured and included in the exhibit bundle as CJC 369.1. Witness N, you are at paragraph 32 of your statement?
Yes, Commissioners. After receiving these statements and after discussion with my superiors, I opened an inquiry as per Eastern Cape PCOM 04 of 6/2026, wherein these matters have been registered for further investigations. Upon opening this inquiry, I intend to take up the following steps, which is to compile a Section 205 application for the bank account numbers provided to me, and request the history of the vehicle ownership registration for the Nissan Captiva, and therefore analyze all the evidence. Thereafter, register a case docket.
And with reference to your paragraph 33.2, when you say you intend to request the history for the vehicle ownership registration. Is that a reference to the content of the affidavit you cite in your witness statement about the car that was sold?
That is correct, Commissioners.
Thank you, Witness N. Chairperson, those are our questions for Witness N.
Thank you very much, Witness N. You are excused.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
We resume at 9:30 on Monday.
On Monday, yes, Chair.
Let's adjourn.